Okay. The August 22nd, 2024 meeting of the Corvallis School Board is called to order at 12:05 p.m. In the interest of public health and safety for all community members, especially immunocompromised individuals and their families, the Corvallis School Board will continue to offer a virtual option for board member and district personnel participation. Additionally, public comment is available at some meetings, both in person and virtually. Information about how to provide public comment is available on the Corvallis School District website. The board agenda and packet, as well as the link to the district YouTube channel, are available on the school board page on the district website. Public meetings are live streams on the district's YouTube channel, and a recording is posted to the same channel, typically the day after the meeting. Today we have Sarah, Sammy, Shauna, and me in attendance in person. Judah is in attendance virtually for part of the day.
He is not.
Oh,
I'm
he's
sorry.
not?
He is not.
No, he's excused.
For the whole meeting?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't get that updated.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay. Judah is excused, and Therese will be late. Before we proceed with the meeting, board members and guests will have an opportunity to serve themselves a buffet lunch at the back of the room. We will continue to the retreat agenda while enjoying the meal. So if you all bear with us if you're watching online while we get some good updates.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right, so we have sandwiches and salads at the back of the room, or just the fixings for sandwiches. Feel free to get what you'd like, and then we're gonna reconvene at 12:15. You may still be eating at that point in time. However, we have a tight agenda. So with that, go ahead and grab something to eat.
And there is
Okay, alrighty, so we're back. Thanks for your patience, everyone, and also apologies to Chris. I failed to mention that she is also in attendance in person, and Therese is here now as well. And just so folk know, I do have to leave for a little bit, which is excused later this afternoon as well. But I will be back, and Shauna will be helping facilitate chair duties while I'm gone. And we're gonna go ahead and get into the youth truth part of our retreat, and I'm gonna hand it over to Jimmy and Ryan.
So before Jimmy gets started, I just think having everybody go around and introduce themselves with two new board representatives, one from the CB and one from College Hill. So Lou, did you want to find, and we'll just go this way?
Yeah. Lily Whitebear, I use she, her pronouns, I go by Lou, and I also am the board chair.
Therese Jones, I use she, her pronouns. I am co-vice chair.
My name is Laura Chen. I am sophomore at CB, and I go by she, her.
Sarah Finger McDonald, she, her pronouns.
Vibhav Javali, he, him pronouns, junior at CD.
Hi everyone, I'm Jimmy Simpson. I am the Director of Partnerships at Youth Truth, and I use he, him pronouns.
Kelly Losky, Communications Coordinator for the school district, she, her.
Hi everyone, I'm Nikki McFarland. I'm the high school coordinator and I use she, her pronouns.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marciana Ramcucci, and I am the Multilingual and Equity Coordinator, and I use ella, she, her pronouns.
Kim Nelson, she, her pronouns. Board secretary.
Eileen Lewis, I'm a senior at College Hill, and I use she, her pronouns.
Samiana Drugball, he, him pronouns, and school board member.
My name's Harvick. I'm a senior at College Hill. I use he, him pronouns.
Chris Hawkins, school board. I use she, her.
My name is Shauna Tomini. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm co-vice chair on the school board.
And then Ryan Mass, I'm the superintendent of the school district. I use he, him pronouns. Welcome and thank you for joining us. So for Harvick and Laura, just know that as we go into the discussion today, we want to be able to hear your perspectives too, as we talk about student voice and student perception data that Jimmy will be sharing with us in just a minute. In terms of this space, this has been our boardroom for a long time. However, for the last several years, one year it was College Hill High School, and so we were at Lincoln, and then we continued there for another year. But we'll be back in this space for this upcoming year. If folks need to use the restrooms, it's just out the double doors here and take a left. There's one restroom set that straight down, and the other one you take a left and you'll find the women's restroom there. And we are in the middle of transitioning this space back to a boardroom. So there's some aspects of it that we're still working on in preparation for our first business meeting that will be coming up here in a couple weeks. I hope you all had a great summer, and we're just going to jump into the work. So again, we have a tight agenda, both because Jimmy was able to join us, and then at the end we have some business items for the board. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Jimmy here in just a second. We've been working with Youth Truth and Jimmy as a member of that team for I think 6 years now. We first started with Youth Truth. Our school board was in board development, and the board was working with the Medford School Board, and we had a joint training in Roseburg over a couple of days. And during that training, Medford shared their Youth Truth data as a way that they were gaining student voice in their work around equity. And so after that meeting, there was conversations about our district starting to use Youth Truth as well. And so since that time, we've been using this tool to gain input and feedback from students as well as staff. And then kind of the long range has been, it's been a piece of information that's been used in a number of ways. And so today, not only will we see some of the data, but Nikki will share some of the ways it's been used. And Marciana will talk about some of the ways that we hope to use it in the future. And with that, I think I'll go ahead and at this point turn it over to Jimmy.
All right, thank you. Hi everyone. Just a kind of quick introduction since I'm going to be talking with you for the next 3 hours or so. So again, my name is Jimmy Simpson Jr., Director of Partnerships at Youth Truth. And I come from a family of educators. My mom, she just retired last year as a preschool teacher on a Native American reservation in Nebraska for 30-some years. My brother, he's a high school social studies teacher. My sister, she's a professor at the University of Hawaii and actually started her undergrad here at Oregon State. And prior to coming to Youth Truth, I worked in San Francisco Unified as a gardening and science teacher at an elementary school there. Since then, I've been at Youth Truth now for nearly 7 years, working with school districts all across Oregon and all across the country, helping them better understand the perspectives of their students, families, and staff, and helping them understand how they can actually use that data to improve school climate and culture. So I'm very honored to be excited with you today. I believe I bring this up all the time, but the last in-person work that I did with Corvallis School District was on the coast somewhere in a yurt. And so it's very fun, yes. So it is great to be here again with you all today. So, see if this actually works for this. Give me just a second. I'm going to stand up here.
And for future reference, we'll have that one going as well for the board members sitting here, but for today, we'll have to all share the one up front. All right, so we're going to start with the welcome, introductions, and grounding. I am going to hope that our time today can be interactive, so I'll have moments for us to be able to turn to each other, to have some small group conversations, as well as just some full group share-outs. I'm going to give you a little bit of background information about Youth Truth and the work that we do. We'll go through last school year's data and we'll have some discussions around that. Again, please feel free to make this interactive and you can interrupt me at any point, ask questions, but I will make sure to save some time throughout my presentation today for questions and reflections. Then we'll go into other tools of student voice, using data and those anticipated outcomes, and then ending with some kind of full group conversation about where do we go from here? Now that we have this data, how do we as a group use it? So here are some of our norms for today. So as we are looking through data, we want to make sure that we recognize what's behind all of the numbers that we're seeing, and that's our student perspective. So we want to put students first. We want to focus on our goals, and today maybe that's just learning a little bit more about Youth Truth. Trust the process, listen actively. As we do some of those full group share outs and turning to each other, use I statements, speaking from your own perspectives, stay engaged, and then these last two kind of go together. So oftentimes as we're looking at data, we might be thinking about what we already know to be true about our schools, our students, or what we assume to be true. But today I want you to look for learning and look for information rather than affirmation. So we're going to start with a quick sort of grounding question. And I'd like you to just turn to the person next to you and answer this. Why do student perceptions matter? All right, we'll just take about 2 minutes for this.
Perceived outcome.
Matters. And I guess you know, more productive. We want to use your cultural environment, not just like as a, I guess, adult, in order to
Take about 30 seconds to wrap up.
What's happening? Because learning the subject instead of our kids right now. And so, you know, you're softball. She was a
All right, let's go ahead and bring our attention back. Yes, from the one you just, yeah. All right, would anyone be willing to share why student perceptions matter?
I could share.
Yeah.
I think that student perceptions matter particularly because the system built around it is designed in order for students and kids to learn subjects that we think are important for becoming an adult. And their perspective can help us better improve their experience and make it easier and more helpful for them going down that path and growing up.
Thank you, Margaret. Another person?
I'll share. I said that it's because we're all here is really to help students in public education reach their education goals. I didn't say in our group, but because we have limited time, but and also education has been used in ways that have tried to shape people into who they are. And Shauna had mentioned something around, is it okay if I say it? Okay, around that being an important part of people becoming who they are, and that reminded me of the way that education has used to control people instead of help them learn. And so I think that students now are the ones who are experiencing what education means today versus like when we were all younger.
Absolutely. Thank you. So at our heart, Youth Truth is a student voice organization. And typically we get that through the mechanism of our student surveys. But we do a lot more than that as well. We'll get into that. But to focus here in on the student survey, the student survey helps you listen to the perceptions of your schools and helps you put that into context. So questions in the survey like, I feel like I belong here. The stuff I'm learning doesn't help me in real life. And my teachers help me to do my best. Just a few examples. Youth Truth also helps you compare how individual schools, how they line up with other schools across the district, other school types across the country, things like other rural schools, other suburban schools, other large size or small size schools, as well as national benchmarks. And then finally, we help you investigate. So as you're looking at Youth Truth data, it's really important that we're not just paying attention to the aggregate. It's really important to disaggregate that data so that we can see how students of different groups are feeling. Are students of different races and ethnicities, are they feeling the same about their relationships with their teachers? Are students of different gender identities, are they feeling the same or different about their sense of belonging in school? So it's really important that we investigate the data. So at Youth Truth, this is sort of part of our mantra. We believe, and research shows, that student and community voice matters. And we know that it's the right thing to do. That's what we lead with always. But we also know that it's the smart thing to do. Just 2 years ago, we finished a validity study with the Stanford Research Institute, SRI, and we tested all of the core themes of our survey to see if they actually predict any of these academic or behavioral outcomes. And what we found through that study is that every single one of the Youth Truth measures in the elementary survey, the middle school survey, and the high school survey mapped to at least one outcome. Things like reading proficiency, math proficiency, chronic absenteeism, suspension rates, and ninth grade retention. So since we were established as a nonprofit in 2008, we've surveyed nearly 3 million students across the US, 725,000 staff and family members, and 39 states. Here in Oregon, the first district that we surveyed with was Medford School District, and that was back in 2016. And for about 2 or 3 years, we only worked with maybe 2 or 3 districts in Oregon, but since then, we now work with over 50 districts across the state. So let's warm up with some data. I want everyone here to imagine you were back in high school. For 4 of us, you don't have to imagine. And how would you answer this question? I really feel like part of my school's community. Hold up the number here that aligns with one of those answers when you're ready. So we've got some few 1s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. All right, so we're kind of all over the place here. So when we're asking a question like this and we report out the data, we're gathering the percentage of students who answered a 4 or a 5. That's our percent positive. For our elementary student survey, it's just on a 1 to 3 scale, so we gather the percentages of 3s. So for this question, I really feel like part of my school's community. This is how Corvallis students answered this question in April of 2024. We can see 46% positive for middle school students, which is kind of right at, maybe just a little bit below our national and state averages. And for our high school students, 39% positive, which is right on par with the typical Oregon high school, but 5 percentage points lower than our national high school. What about this one? Now go back to middle school. So our board reps, you'll have to also think back here. How would you have answered this question? Adults in my school respect people from different backgrounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Feel free to just hold it out.
I was in a different district.
Totally fine.
I was in 2. One of them was a 4, one's a 2.
Okay.
Don't go 3.
I can't go 3.
Choose 2 or 4.
What is it?
All right.
Because I want to find.
So we do ask this question of our elementary students as well. It's worded properly for elementary students, but here you can see those percentages. In all cases, Corvallis students are feeling more positive than the Oregon average and the national average. In fact, our elementary students are 10% higher than the national average. All right, last one here. Now go back to elementary school. How would you have answered this question or this prompt? Most students are friendly to me. And take a look around the room. Lots of 4s on this one. So this is how our students across the district answered. Again, just take note here, even though that elementary number may seem a little scary because it's just 49%, remember we're just pulling the 3s, and that 2 is kind of like a neutral answer. So if we pulled in 2s and 3s, that number would probably be closer to about 90%.
Can I ask you a question?
Of
What grade
course.
are you doing at elementary?
Elementary's 3rd through 5th grade.
I didn't exactly understand your last point, but
So when we pulled these percentages, like when I had us answering here in this room, that 1 through 5, for middle school and high school, we're pulling together the percentage of students who answered a 4 or a 5. For elementary, they're actually just getting a 3-point scale. So instead of 5 options, they just get 3 options. So the percentage that's on this page is just the percentage of elementary students who chose a 3 on that 1 through 3.
I see.
All right. So before we dive a little bit deeper into data, I want to introduce you to a few guiding frameworks for today. So one is the CASTLE model. So this is a model that has become ubiquitous with social emotional learning. Oftentimes when we look at the CASTLE model, a lot of folks just kind of hone in on those 5 capacities in the middle: self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, and social awareness. And while Youth Truth does have questions that kind of help to get at whether students feel positively or not about those individual capacities, our focus is actually on the outer rings that support those capacities. So things like the classroom, schools, and then next year, we'll be able to highlight that next one, which is families and caregivers. So just think about the CASTLE model as we go throughout today, asking questions about, is our schools setting up systems that promote pro-social schools? And I also want you to just kind of keep this blue color in mind as we think about water. So this other framework I want to share with you, it comes to us from the Racial Equity Institute out of North Carolina, and it is called the groundwater approach. And I want to just kind of walk you through how this goes. So it's a metaphor, it's a story. You can close your eyes if you want, you don't have to. But imagine that you are at your house and you have a pond in your backyard. It's a really beautiful house that you carefully tend to. You wake up in the morning, you make your coffee, and you walk out to your pond, and you notice that one blue fish is floundering in your pond. So you're gonna instinctively ask yourself, okay, what is wrong with this one individual fish? So you go back inside, go about your day. The next day, you get your coffee, you walk out to the pond, and you notice that all of the blue fish in your pond are floundering. This time you're going to shift your investigation from the individual to the health of the water. So now if we think about this pond as one of our schools, we would ask ourselves, what is happening with this one group of students that is causing these unacceptable outcomes? Say all of our girls had a diminished sense of belonging, or all of our Hispanic Latino students had less positive perceptions of relationships with their teachers than all other students. That is where we wanted to shift our investigation from the individual to the health of the environment. So keep that framework in mind today. And the last one, this isn't really a framework, it's more of a mindset check. If you work with Youth Truth, which Corvallis has for a long time, we bring this up in every single meeting that we have where we share out data. This is what we affectionately call the 4 Ds, and these are very human reactions to looking at sometimes pretty tough data. So you may feel defensive with the data. You might feel dismissive of the data. You know, those 3rd graders, they don't know what they're saying anyway. You might feel dejected by the data. Everyone in this room does a lot of hard work to improve the lives of our students. And the data may not always reflect the work that we are putting in. Or, this one's less common, you might downplay the negative. You might latch onto one of those positive things that you see and just ignore everything else. So as we go through data today, remember these 4 Ds, and if they come up for you, this is a safe space, please feel free to name them, but then do your best to stick to the norms that we set out and looking for learning and looking for information, and then move past these 4 Ds. Yes?
Are we getting these slides later?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
All right, so let's get into some data. But first, we're gonna just practice really quick. I'm gonna actually go past these because we already looked at them. But the charts that I'm gonna be sharing with you today are percentile charts. So I'm gonna read through this one with you, and then I'll let you kind of practice on the next one. So this is real data from one of our high schools in Corvallis. And the question that the prompts that we proposed or posed to our students was, I enjoy school most of the time. Students were able to answer this question on a 1 to 5 scale. You can see here what the scales were. And then this orange bar, as you can see, shows our April 2024 results. On average, students at this high school in Corvallis rated this question a 3.28 out of 5, which brought them to the 70th percentile. So what that percentile means is this average rating is better than 70% of all other high schools across the country that have taken this survey. The national median is a 3.13 out of 5. The lowest rated high school in our data set is a 2.4 out of 5, and the highest rated is a 4.34. So as you look at this chart is not on a 1 to 5 from beginning to end. It is from 0th percentile to 100th percentile. The next thing that you can see on this chart is this grayish tan bar that shows you Oregon schools. So what this is showing you is the lowest rated high school in the state of Oregon, the highest rated high school in the state of Oregon, and then this is the median or typical. So what we can pull from this information is that high schoolers across Oregon are actually feeling less positive about enjoying school than other high schoolers across the US. All right, more data here. The next 4 lines are showing us trend data. So we can see the results from this Corvallis High School in 2023, 22, 21, and then 2018. So just notice that there is a gap there. Obviously, COVID was during that gap, so we did not survey at that time. And we can see when we look at the trend data, we've actually been really consistent with this particular question for all 5 administrations of the survey. And then the last piece here. This is what we call our disaggregated data. So in this particular example, I've pulled in a disaggregation by students who identify as a person of color. We can see here that our students who identify as POC are actually rating a 3.45 in the top quartile of our data set, while students who do not identify as a student of color are rating a 3.18 out of 5. So this is what we would call an experience gap. So we're seeing students of different groups having different experiences.
What year was the disaggregated?
This year.
This year.
Yep.
One other thing just for consideration. Consideration is in 2018, we did it in November. Every other year we've done it in the spring.
Yeah.
And that was just because we were excited to begin to look at the data. So just keep that in mind about that 2018 year as you look through data overall.
Yes.
I wanted to ask about schools that you, the schools that you surveyed.
Yeah.
For this. What schools did this apply to?
So this applies to, we have in our high school data set nearly 1,000 schools across the country that this particular Corvallis High School is being compared to. And so the way that schools work with us is they have to opt in to Youth Truth. So it's not like sometimes states will have like a mandated survey that they require all schools to administer. That's not how Youth Truth works. We work with partners or districts that want to work with us. So typically the way that we see this data set is that it's actually pretty robust and competitive in a way, in that it's schools who are wanting to do more positive climate and culture work, so they're partnering with Youth Truth to get this data.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
When you mentioned your school in particular, are you surveying only one school or?
For this one here?
Yeah.
This question here is just one school in one of the Corvallis high schools.
Okay.
But we do survey all schools in
I see.
Corvallis.
So we have data specific to College Hill as well.
Yeah.
I was just curious about, it doesn't, I thought it was mentioning all middle and high school student data because of
The other charts were.
yes,
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense, thank you.
Yeah, this one's just a practice one, but it is real data.
Then one other piece of context is that we historically in Oregon, there have been surveys that have been given statewide. And when we looked at that as a tool, the data didn't come back to school districts for many months after the survey, and it didn't give us the sort of information we needed to make key investments like to bring on mental health therapists and some of those pieces because the data was not dynamic enough to show improvement or trends.
Interesting. Thank you.
All right. And then just the last thing, I was gonna have us practice, but for sake of time, I'm just gonna share this one with you. So our elementary student data looks the same, it's in the same percentile charts, but just really important to remember it's a 1 to 3 scale. So that 2.32 here that we're seeing for one of our elementary schools, that is right at sort of that typical mark. So just don't get too worried when you see the average rating is quite different for elementary. All right, so let's dive in. The way that we're going to do this is I'm going to share elementary student data, then middle school, then high school. There will be time after each of those sections for questions. And for sake of time, I do ask that if you have a pen and paper or your laptop open, write down your question on that, and then we'll move through all of the data and then come back for questions. Does that sound good?
I don't have a pen and paper, is it okay if I write down something?
100%. Yeah, you can use your phone as well. That
That's
totally
much
works.
better.
So here is who we heard from. Again, this is from April 2024. We heard from over 4,000 students in grades 3 through 12, and that was an 83% response rate. That is a really good response rate. We can be very confident in the data that we are seeing. For our families, we did not do our family survey, but we do plan to administer the survey to families in the spring. And then for our staff, we heard from 639 staff, which is a 94% response rate. And this is school-based staff, not district office staff. So overall, we heard from 4,681 students and staff. Just a reminder, as we look through our student survey, here are the themes that we are measuring. Engagement, relationships, culture, academic challenge, belonging and peer collaboration, at the high school level, college and career readiness. Last year, we did include several additional topics, such as civic readiness, emotional and mental health, project-based learning, inclusion, diversity, and math learning and mindsets. Now, we've already been in conversation and we've heard feedback from students that the survey last year was quite long. We did check in on the survey, and students did do a very good job of actually completing it. So we can look at the response counts. And what typically happens when a survey is long is a student will maybe make it halfway through and then just end the survey. That did not really happen at Corvallis, which was really interesting. Kudos to all of the teachers and proctors for that. But we did see that there was a little bit of a drop off, but overall the difference between who started the survey to who ended it was about 85% of those students actually finished the survey. So that was really positive. However, we do want to make sure that students don't get survey fatigue and that your data and results are accurate. So we have talked amongst ourselves to cut down on some of those additional topics, maybe switch off every other year how we might do them. So here, we're gonna start really, really high level. The highest ranked themes in our survey and the lowest ranked. The highest ranked theme for our elementary students was culture, and that was in the 61st percentile. And for our middle and high school students, the highest ranked theme was the same, and that was belonging and peer collaboration. Just to note for elementary, belonging for them was at the 60th percentile, so it was just 1 percentile ranking lower. So that belonging and peer collaboration theme is very strong across the district. Now, the lowest ranked theme for elementary and middle schools was academic challenge. We can see here for elementary it was in the 22nd percentile, and middle schools it was in the 12th. College and career readiness was the lowest ranked theme for our high school students in the 22nd percentile. We'll add a little bit more context to this here, just a little bit. So here's just an example. For our elementary students, here's that highest ranked theme of culture. We can see what culture means is we're asking students to what degree do they experience an orderly, respectful classroom environment. And we've had really consistent results over the years with one kind of anomaly, and that was in distance learning. And so students did experience a very orderly and respectful classroom while they were learning from home. However, as I mentioned, and this is just an example of this, it's important for us to disaggregate and see, are all students experiencing this positive culture? So here we can see this disaggregated data. This is self-identified gender data from our elementary students. And we see boys rating up here, while our non-binary elementary students are rating down there at 2.12. So here's our middle school students' highest rated theme, belonging and peer collaboration. You can see last year we had a little bit of a dip, but that improved, and we're now back to sort of where we were prior to 2023. And we are well above the Oregon median. But again, as we kind of tease out this information and complicate it just a little bit, here we see how our middle school students who identify as LGBTQ are rating this question. And the last one, let's look at belonging and peer collaboration for our high school students. So again, really, really consistent data over our last 5 survey administrations and well above the Oregon median and above the national median. But again, just an example of that disaggregation, we do see a group of students here are students with an IEP or in special education classes are rating right at the 25th percentile. So now let's do the same, but let's look at our lowest ranked themes. So the lowest ranked here for academic challenge for elementary students, for this theme, we are measuring the degree to which students feel that their learning is challenging and relevant. So historically, we have had low ratings in academic challenge for our elementary, middle, and high school students at Corvallis, and we can see that trend here. We've actually seen a steady decline with March 2022 being sort of our lowest rating. And we do see that this is actually not only below the national median, but also below the Oregon median.
Can I ask you a question on that too? As an elementary teacher, and I've forgotten kind of how we do this, how are the questions stated and is there explanation? Are teachers allowed to explain what the questions are about and are there examples?
Yeah, it depends on how the administration goes at each school, but we do have a proctor script, and we also have like a slide deck that can be played in the background that shows sort of the definitions of some of the potentially more complicated language that might be in the survey. And we also, given our instructions, that any sort of support that students typically receive during the school day, they should also be able to receive as they take the survey. But we do see here in academic challenge that disaggregation, our English language learners are actually rating in the top quartile for this theme. Here's academic challenge for our middle schools. Again, we saw quite a drop off last year, and that has in 2023, and that drop off has sort of remained in 2024. And we do see that our POC students are rating slightly higher for feeling challenged by their coursework and their teachers. All right, and then let's go to our high schools. So this is the lowest rated theme, college and career readiness. But what's really interesting here is that even though it is our lowest rated theme, we can see the consistent improvements year after year. And here's a disaggregation by race or ethnicity. We see that actually our American Indian or Alaska Native students are rating highest in this theme, and our Black and African American students are rating lowest. So I'm gonna hold on questions for this one because I want to get into our elementary data, but this is how I'm going to share the next sort of the deeper dive into the data. I'm gonna share trend data, anything that stands out about last year's results or 2023's results compared to 2024's. I'll dig into some of the disaggregated data to show the differences or similarities between student groups. We also did a test of statistical significance in our findings to see were any of the trend data from 2023 to 2024 statistically significant. A quick dive into additional topics, a little view at staff data, and then anything else I find to be sort of interesting in the data. I look at dozens of these every single day, and so anything that kind of stand out to me that maybe wouldn't stand out to someone who's looking at it for the first time, I like to pull those things in too. So after the elementary part, we'll do a pause and we'll get some questions in there. So for our elementary data, there was very little change from 2023 to 2024. You can see the average rating change here. The biggest change was just down 0.04 of a point. And while that 0.04 did result in a down 10 in the percentile ranking, you can see overall there was very, very little movement for our elementary students. Lots of text here. I'll show you some data in just a second, but just some interesting pieces of our disaggregated data. 5th grade students are typically rating lower than 3rd and 4th grade students. That is common nationally. English language learners are actually rating notably higher than non-ELL students in the majority of the survey. That is not common. Girls rate notably higher than boys in the majority of the elementary survey, but both boys and girls are rating higher than students who identify in another way. So just 2 years ago was the first time that we offered a 3rd option for our elementary students in the gender identity question. And unfortunately, we do see starting right away in 3rd grade that those students who identify in another way than the binary are rating notably lower than their peers. We do see that elementary students who are American Indian or Alaska Native are rating higher than non-Native students in all core themes in the survey. And then lastly, students with an IEP or in special education classes also rate notably higher than students in general education in the majority of themes. And at the elementary level, that is pretty common. We do see that. So let's look at just some examples of this disaggregated data. So here's a question from our elementary relationships theme. Do you think your teacher cares about you? We can see overall, we're right at that national median, 2.77 out of 3. However, we see this decline. as students get older, from 3rd grade to 4th to 5th. And again, unfortunately, that is pretty common in our data set. Here's that disaggregation by English language learners. This is in the instructional methods theme. Does your teacher ask you if you understand what you are learning? So checking for understanding. We see that our ELL students are actually rating up here near that top quartile, while our non-English language learner students are in the bottom quartile. And just so folks know, we do offer this survey in multiple languages, so students are able to take it in their own language. And here for elementary, this is in the belonging theme. This is self-reported gender identity data. We do get district data, but we also allow students to self-identify. And we see here that boys are notably higher than girls. As you can see here, those non-binary students at elementary level are rating a 2.12, near probably about the 1st or 2nd percentile. That's the question, can you be yourself with other students? So here are 2 significant findings that we had. So across the entire survey, which is anywhere between 40 to 100 questions, only 2 questions at the district level for our elementary students were noted as statistically significant. Unfortunately, they were both significant decreases. So we do see here, one is, do you often learn about people of different backgrounds? We did notice a statistically significant decline in that question. So just so you all know, the way that we test for statistical significance, sort of the way that we phrase this to folks, is that we can say with 95% certainty that this change in our data is not due to chance. So we can be 95% confident that this decrease is due to something actually happening in our schools. The other question was also from the DEI additional topic. And it was this question, does your school make you want to get to know students of different backgrounds? We saw a significant decrease there as well. Really interestingly, though, for both of these questions, even though we saw a decrease, ratings are very high. A quick view into our additional topics for our elementary students. In emotional and mental health in particular, we saw a slight improvement in every single question within the emotional mental health theme for our elementary students. We did see a little bit of a difference though when disaggregating. We saw free and reduced price lunch eligible students rating lower throughout emotional mental health, our non-binary students rating lower. And then the data by race ethnicity was really fascinating to me because it was quite different by question. So we saw that in particular, our Black and African American elementary students, they rated lowest in questions about feelings of happiness, as well as self-coping when they're upset. However, they rated highest when they were asked if there's actually an adult in school that they can talk to when they do feel upset. So here's an example of that. This is that how happy have you been feeling this week? And we can see the difference by race ethnicity, and wanting to draw attention there to our Black and African American students who are the only ones in that bottom quartile. However, this question, when I'm feeling upset, there's an adult from school I can talk to. We see our Black and African American students actually rating highest. All right, just a couple more slides here with elementary. So just a quick glimpse into some of our staff data that we had. Corvallis Elementary School staff, data improved in every single theme in the survey. So our staff across all of our elementary schools improved, their perceptions improved, most notably in engagement and safety. Safety is going to be a big theme when we talk about staff data. We do see some differences by our staff when we disaggregate. So we see LGBTQ staff at our elementary schools are actually rating lower than non-LGBTQ staff in all themes. And our POC staff, so our staff of color, are actually rating higher than non-POC staff in all themes. Last slide here for elementary. Other interesting findings. While only those 2 questions were noted as statistically significant were decreases, other questions in that DEI theme, like can you talk to adults from your school about your background, actually improved. Belonging continues to be strong across all levels. And then engagement and relationships. Those two themes seem to have some of the biggest differences between pre-COVID surveying and then when students were in distance learning and present day. And that's sort of a national trend that we're seeing, is that during distance learning and that first year back post-COVID, we saw the relationships theme just kind of skyrocket across the country regardless of level. And the year after we came back from sort of that distance learning, relationships came back to actually lower than pre-COVID levels. So I'm going to pause here for a second. Do we have any sort of general reactions to the elementary data? Here, these are just some prompts for if you need them, but if you have any other questions or thoughts.
I have to go, but one thing that is always consistent with data is American Indian Alaska Native data erasure. And so my thing was, how can we see that data to kind of like see if some things are helping with improvement? So I was surprised to even see that demographic mentioned. And was that just this year, or has that been a theme for that group?
It's always in our race, ethnicity, demographic question, but Marcian and Corvallis, the district in particular, we have a brand new subgroup just last year that is just Native students versus non, so that we can see those experiences.
Okay, that would be really helpful. But my other question was like that one where they rated really positive and they were mentioned.
Yeah.
Was that just this year?
I did not notice that last year or the years after.
And
so
the reason I'm asking is because we announced the new Native program, and I wonder how much that impacted.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, but I wish I'm really nerdy with data. So
Yeah.
But I have to go.
Well, you'll get this whole slide.
I'll be excited to read it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, all right, sorry.
I have a lot of questions. That's okay.
I'll leave my bag to guarantee I'm coming back.
I'll look at them right now. I think that the average statistic may prove to be an issue for comparing against it, because if you're above average in terms of your school in a specific topic, it may seem like there is no room for improvement or little to no room for improvement, which could be an issue because maybe students still have an issue with that subject, but on average, maybe many schools have issues with it.
Yeah. Can I respond to that real quick? Because that's so important and such a good question. So when we share all of our data, I'm always putting up these like percentile rankings, because for us at Youth Truth, we do think that, it's very valuable for us to see in comparison to other schools, how are we doing? However, one of the schools I work with in California, they actually were just saying, we're like in the 70-something percentile for the question, when I'm upset, stressed, or having problems, there's an adult from school I can talk to. They have really high ratings when compared to other schools, but if you look at the raw data, it's actually only like 40% of their students saying, yes, I feel like there's an adult I can talk to. So they're like, okay, 40%, that's really bad, but you're telling us it's really good. And what we're trying to explain is, in comparison to other schools, it is really good. But 40%, when we really think about who's missing from that, you're absolutely right. That's not actually very good. We want that number to be as close to 100% as possible. So that is just such a fantastic point.
Well, and following up on that, as I was looking at this, the scales are deceptive.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the 50th percentile is way lower than you would want it to be.
100%, yes.
And so when we're comparing ourselves to things, the way these scales are compressed can either make us look like we're doing really well when if you carefully think about the numbers, it's this false thing, or it can make us look. It can shift things both ways. So I'm having an issue with this.
Totally. And
as a person who likes data.
Yeah, well, we intentionally make the choice to put these percentile rankings front and center because of the value that we find of the comparative data. We have other views of data. So throughout Youth Truth, you can see the percent positives or the average, like you can look at just the response distribution. So the percentage of students who rated each one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's all there. We as an organization do believe in the comparative data, which is why we do this in most of our presentations, because for some of our themes like culture for elementary students, across the board, the culture theme, students are rating positively around like 25 to 30%. That's a really good rating. And that is like in the 90th percentile. Whereas in engagement, students typically are rating that like 80 to 85% positive. And if you have a 75% there, you're like towards the bottom of all of our schools. So because of how the questions are worded and those scales, we do find that being able to compare it to the hundreds of other schools in our data set is where so much of the value can be. And typically when we're working together with schools who have been with us for a long time, we actually start to move away a little bit from the percentile rankings and move towards looking at that trend data, because then you can just compare yourself to yourself and how you've been doing year after year. But I also geek out on that. I'd be happy to chat more.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Let me look at my notes again. I noticed from my experience personally that academic challenge during my time inside school, and it's very strange and dependent on the class in specific, but particularly in College Hill, me personally, I can't speak for everyone. Me personally, I have a great time speaking with teachers and working on my work, but it also feels like sometimes how much I'm being challenged can be quite low, which might improve my engagement and how well I perceive it. However, it might affect, just how much it could be helping. Another thing I want to mention is you mentioned that people that are African American seem to feel the lowest in unhappiness, but mentioned that they have quite a lot of resources for help. Perhaps that could be from another factor, like you mentioned you want to improve surveying family. So maybe it could be a family aspect where they feel like they're pressured from their family to not talk about issues at home, or maybe it could be caused by like a mindset that is taught in that environment where they feel uncomfortable reaching out to people.
Yeah, one interesting thing, and we'll move on to middle school in just a second, is that part of what we talk about when we think about next steps with this data is being able to identify groups of students and possibly forming focus groups or doing empathy interviews with those students to better understand why does the data look the way that it does. We as adults can make assumptions, we can read through some of the qualitative data, which is helpful, but overall the next step, the biggest thing that we advocate for at Youth Truth is getting this data into the hands of the people who actually took the survey so that they can tell you a little bit more about why they think the data looks the way that it does.
So you can get a direct answer from them
Yes.
on why the data is that.
Exactly.
That's
Harvick, absolutely love your question, but just for sake of time, I'm gonna move on to middle school and then we'll attempt to chat.
Of course, thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right, so let's go to our middle school data. So trend data. We saw a statistically significant increase in the culture theme for our middle school students. And that is not common, especially at the district level, because of the hundreds of responses that we're seeing there. So to see a significant increase for an entire theme, that is something that we should be paying attention to. We also saw a notable improvement in the belonging and peer collaboration theme, little change in other themes. One thing that was noticeable in our data though for our middle schools is that April 2023, we did see a pretty big decline in the results of the entire survey. And so part of the reason we're seeing that notable improvement in culture and belonging is because we're kind of seeing a bounce back from 2023. So here's an example of that. This is that culture theme. So we saw in 2023, the data took a pretty big dip to a 3.06 near that 26th percentile, but we are kind of bouncing back from that. And so the trend data is a significant increase. Here's some really high level trends, some disaggregated data trends. We actually saw very few high level trends. Like what I mean when I say that is that as we look at the disaggregated data, can I make some sort of statement about how this group of students feels across the entire survey? I wasn't able to do that, which is a positive thing for many of our students. The ones that we could say that for, though, are again our non-binary students and our LGBTQ+ students who are rating lower. Interestingly, and this was common throughout the entire survey, there's very little difference between students who identify as a person of color and those who do not. And again, positive thing when we don't see that difference. Interesting theme level trends here. Our English language learners are rating notably higher in engagement, academic challenge, and culture, but quite low in belonging. Boys rate higher than girls in belonging, those two relational themes, belonging and relationships. And then students with an IEP or in special education, they do rate quite a bit lower in that theme of engagement, but they actually rate pretty similarly throughout the rest of the survey. So just some examples of this. Here is a question from the relationships theme. How many of your teachers are not just satisfied if you pass, they care if you're really learning? We see the difference here between our LGBTQ youth and our non. This is that example of actually very little difference between our POC and our non-POC students in belonging and peer collaboration. And then this difference between English language learners in the theme of engagement. So what I learn in class actually helps me outside of school. We see our English language learners up there near that 76th percentile, and our non-ELL students there around the 23rd or 24th percentile. So middle school, these results actually had the most significant findings in the survey, and all of them were significant increases. So here we see this question, students from my school treat adults with respect. Again, part of it is due to that big decrease that we had in 2023, and we're kind of bouncing back from it, but a significant increase nonetheless. The other one, I feel safe during school. A significant increase from 2023 to 2024. Now we are back above that national median. This is from our diversity theme. Within your school, how often do you see people of diverse backgrounds represented in publications? So things like your school paper, yearbooks, etc. And you can see that that is the highest rating that we've had in the 4 years that we've been asking this question. And the first time, or close to the first time, we're well above that national median.
Do you mean national median?
Or the median, sorry, thank you. This one also is from our diversity theme. Within your school, how often do you see people of diverse backgrounds represented in textbooks and other class materials? The highest rating we've had in 4 years. And also from our diversity theme. Within your school, how often do you see people of diverse backgrounds represented during school events? First time that we are in the top quartile. So a common theme throughout all of this, that diversity theme, which talks a lot about representation. Almost every question, maybe it wasn't noted as significant, I believe every single question improved in that theme. So here, oh, and I actually have it right here. So additional topics. These were the additional topics, just a quick preview of what those look like. So similar to our elementary students, every single question in emotional and mental health improved from 2023 to 2024. That's huge. We also see in the inclusion theme, the majority of our questions are above the national median. In our diversity theme, every single question is above the national median, and actually 14 out of 22 are in the top quartile. So really, really positive results in those two areas. So an example of this. Here's one of the questions from emotional mental health, that question around happiness. How happy have you been feeling this week? In 1 to 5 scale, 1 is never happy, 5 happy all the time. And we see that 3.63, which isn't our highest, just off by 100th of a point from 2021, but a huge improvement. And we also see 6th, 7th, and 8th graders all rating about the same. Quick view into staff data. Corvallis Middle School staff perceptions also improved in every theme in the survey, most notably in safety. POC staff rate notably lower than non-POC staff in all themes. And that is the opposite of what we saw in our elementary data. And then LGBTQ staff rate notably lower than their non-LGBTQ colleagues, particularly in engagement and relationships. Here is an example of that safety theme, again, where we're seeing these really big improvements. So this is staff's perceptions of their own safety. So I feel safe from harm while at my school. You can see a huge improvement here at 3.91, right at the Oregon and national median. All right, last thing, those other interesting findings for our middle school students. So both Corvallis middle school students and staff saw that notable increase in feelings of safety. This is an interesting one. It's hard to put this on a chart. We don't have the same sort of chart type, but we ask students in middle school and high school, do any of the following make it hard for you to do your best in school? And it's a check all, so they can choose any of those options that we consider them to be an obstacle to their learning. And what we saw at our middle school is that almost all of those obstacles saw a decrease in the percentage of students choosing them, which is fantastic. So students saying that those feelings of depression, stress, or anxiety, that was an obstacle to them for them to do their best. That dropped from 50% down to 45%. We also saw decreases in students saying they had distractions at home, limited or no internet access, and again, those feelings of safety. So that's really, really good news all around. And then lastly, there were no consistent differences when disaggregating by race, ethnicity across the survey, which is a huge and positive thing. Of course, when you look at individual questions, you'll see that difference, but across the board for those themes, there were no trends that I could pull. All right, we have one more level left. Anyone have questions?
My immediate reaction to that was cell phones. The feeling safe, the improvements in emotional and mental health of our middle school students, you getting rid of cell phone use during school, I think is a huge piece of that.
Yeah, I totally agree. And then there were some other things that happened this year that were different. So the first, the beginning of the school year for middle schoolers, they started in advisors. So they did relationship building, consistency, and expectation. So even the year was set up differently. So I think there's a lot of those pieces that played through in seeing those improvements.
It makes me think that the cell phones should be looked at multiple levels.
Mm-hmm. There's been some really interesting research that we're paying attention to as well. This is a charter network that we worked with them in San Diego called High Tech High, and they implemented the no cell phones rule, I think it was 2 years ago, and just the change that they've seen in student behaviors, in their youth truth data, and in their academic data is really fascinating.
Would you have time to go into that more at a later point?
I can send they published it themselves, so I could absolutely send that as a follow-up.
I would love to look into that.
Yeah. Yes, Sean. Oh,
it's okay, go ahead. No, I have two things. I'm gonna wait till the end.
They're great questions though.
Yeah,
I think you're helping get a lot of our questions in. I just had a curiosity come up as I was looking at the data, and you pointed out a couple of times dips in 2023. And that had me really just thinking about the lingering impacts of the pandemic. And that in recognizing that in 2023, seniors would have been freshmen when the pandemic launched. 8th graders would have been 5th graders when the pandemic launched. And so just thinking about, when we're comparing each of the years of data, that we have different combinations of students taking the survey. And that would have been a year where the students are starting who would leave the district who started high school during the pandemic and graduating. So we're just curious to see how that continues.
I'm also very curious. It's been fascinating. It's something that I'm trying to really encourage. We have a team on Youth Truth that does research of our aggregate data. I really want a longitudinal study of the data pre-COVID until now, because what we were seeing particularly with our middle school students is that post-COVID, once they came back to in-person, the data just continued to decrease. and it was not getting better until the 23-24 school year. And that is where we started to see student perception start to improve, and that was nationally. Granted, it wasn't it wasn't significant the way it was for Corvallis, but it was still just really interesting to see people finally be like, okay, maybe we're just now starting to actually bounce back. Okay, I'm gonna move us to high school, and then we'll take a break.
I have questions.
All right, so trend data for our high school students. So while college and career readiness is the lowest ranked theme, it is the highest average rating and percentile rating that Corvallis has had in 5 years of surveying. So that is a win. We saw slight increases in that belonging and peer collaboration theme, and there was little to no change in all other themes. So here's, I already showed this at the beginning, but here's that example from our college and career readiness data. And here's a question within that theme. My school has helped me figure out which careers match my interests and abilities. We can see that we were in the bottom quartile for the last 4 years. We're finally out of that and right at the Oregon median. So here's the disaggregated data. Again, this is last year's 12th graders. So we see 12th grade students rate notably higher than their peers in 5 out of 6 themes. Really interestingly, not belonging and peer collaboration. That is not the norm. And so that I just thought that was intriguing. We do see non-binary students rating lower than boys and girls. This was a win. So while we see LGBTQ students, they do rate lower than their non-LGBTQ peers in 5 out of 6 themes, they are actually rating much closer than anticipated. So oftentimes when we look at that LGBTQ data, we just see these chasms in the perceptions of non-LGBTQ and LGBTQ data. That is not the case in most of the themes at Corvallis high schools. We're seeing the data be much closer. And actually, LGBTQ students are rating higher than non-LGBTQ students in the theme of relationships. And that's relationships with adults in school. So they're feeling very supported by their teachers and administrators. We do see our English language learners rating notably higher than their peers in the majority of the themes, except again, that belonging and peer collaboration theme. And then we see here that our Black and African American students and our Native students are rating lower than their peers in the majority of the survey. That again is interesting because as you remember at the elementary level, our Native students were actually rating highest throughout the survey. So let's look at what this looks like. So here's that disaggregation by grade level. Really simple question. I enjoy school most of the time. We see that our 12th graders last year were rating well above the national median. Here's that disaggregation by LGBTQ. So this is that teacher belief. So how many of your teachers believe that you can get a good grade if you try? We can see that our LGBTQ students rating slightly above our non-LGBTQ students. And then here's a disaggregation by race ethnicity. This is also from the relationships theme. How many of your teachers try to be fair? We can see that there is a really big difference between how our Black and our Native students are feeling about this question of fairness compared to all other students who are near or above that national median. We did find, I believe it was 3 significant changes in our high school student survey, and all of them were also increases. So significant increases. This one here in the peer collaboration theme, how often do you work with other students for your classes because your teachers ask or tell you to? So we were in that national median range for 4 years, very, very little movement. And now we're up here in that 80th percentile. This is one in our diversity theme. So within your school, how often do you learn about the lives and experiences of people of different abilities? For example, people with disabilities. You can see we're down here in the bottom quartile, just a huge jump up here to the 68th percentile. And then the last increase was this feeling of contentment. The way that this question was worded, we didn't actually ask students never content or content all the time. This is a question that actually has like emojis in it, so it's a sad face to a smiley face. And so we can see here that students were rating about the same for the last 3 years, and just last year, a huge increase to that 3.74 in the 80th percentile. So there's a really, really kind of overarching theme here, which is that emotional and mental health has improved at all levels, elementary, middle, and high school. It was very clear in all the data, every single question at every level improved. The lowest rated questions in the inclusion theme, this was really interesting for me, is that they were related to religion, faith, or spiritual beliefs. So as we look at the inclusion and the diversity theme, the way that we do it is we break it out into different identity markers. So we ask a question like, students from my school value people of different blank. And we fill in all of those identity markers, one of which is religion, faith, and spiritual beliefs. Whether we were asking students about the perceptions of other students or adults valuing people of those backgrounds, this is the one that was consistently lower than all of the others. And then just a kind of another big overarching theme is that inclusion and diversity are very highly rated by students across Corvallis high schools, middle schools, elementary schools, and staff. So this is just one example. When I'm feeling upset, stressed, or having problems, my school has programs or services that can help me. We are for the first time above that Oregon median and the highest rating we've had in 5 years. And this is that happiness question again. So staff, really big improvement for staff, most notably in school safety. So again, that's consistent across all levels. Yes.
It says middle school.
Oh, sorry. Yes, this is high school. Okay. Yes, this is high school. Professional development and support, it did improve, but it was the least sort of notable improvement in all core themes, and that's kind of been consistent with our staff survey for the last few years. We see here POC staff are rating notably higher than non-POC staff, and LGBTQ staff rating notably lower. And here is one of the questions from our staff safety theme. And just some context there, all of our school safety questions for high school staff were below the national median in 2023 and are now above the national median. You can see this here. During school, there are clear rules for students against hurting other people. For example, bullying, hitting, pushing. Other interesting findings, both Corvallis high school students and staff saw those notable increases in safety. And then this was a little bit different. This is that same obstacles to learning trend. And we saw the same sort of decrease in students feeling depressed, stressed, or anxious, even more so at high school level, which is fantastic. It was 60% of high schoolers in 2023 saying that their mental health was an obstacle to learning. This year it's just 53%, so that is a win. However, we did see some increases in their obstacles, one of which is extracurricular commitments. This is interesting because typically, on average, extracurricular commitments is considered maybe the 4th or 5th highest obstacle to learning across the country. It's usually 4 or 5, maybe even 6. At Corvallis, it is the 2nd highest obstacle and has been for several years, and it actually continues to increase. We see distractions at home or family responsibilities, that also increased from 38% to 42%. But another piece of good news here is not feeling safe at school. That went from 10% last year down to 7%. Okay, we'll take a break after this set of questions and reflections. I know it's a lot of information.
I do have a question about the data.
Yes.
So I noticed that in many different subjects, 2023 was the lowest by a large portion for a lot of them. What changed in 2023?
I'm not sure. That's something that it was, at the middle school in particular, as I was saying earlier, we did see slight decreases, but it was really interesting at Corvallis in particular, seeing that dip in 2023, which we now kind of feel like we're sort of recovering from.
I would say, like, from a high school perspective, I work with all your principals and teachers at the high school level. I think when we came back to in-person schooling, we were a lot looser and a lot more like forgiving and we didn't have as tight of policies and procedures and guidelines around how we did everything. And I think that looseness led to that decline. And I feel like last year, working with the high school team that I work with, we were really able to come into alignment on how we want school to be, how we want it to look, and really be clear and articulate that across, all the groups, from families to students to staff. And I think that is a big change. Like last year, and I've shared this with Ryan, like I began to feel like at high school, we had this collective effort to say, let's stop admiring all the problems and let's pick some focus areas and get really clear about how we want those to look. I think that's a change that I see from a leadership perspective in working with the leaders and teachers at the high school level.
I think that makes a lot of sense and lines up with the data. Thank you for sharing.
If you can go to any of the slides with the data, if you can share the meaning of the Oregon schools 3 bars, are they 0, 50, and 100 percentile?
Exactly.
And the numbers under the 0th, 25th, and 50th, and 75th, and 100th are correlated to Corvallis on this question or national?
National. So this big orange bar is showing you the comparison of national data. So that's our lowest rated school in our entire data set. That's the highest rated school in our entire data set. And this is where our Corvallis high schools with your data combined, this is where you fall sort of on that continuum.
So 3.5 is Corvallis 50th percentile on this question, which corresponds to 71st percentile nationally. Is that correct?
3.5 is the average across all of our high school students, which brings us to that 71st percentile.
Okay. And when you say statistically significant, meaning?
So the way that in the reports, we note statistical significance with this asterisk here. And so for this one in particular, actually let's go like this one. What we mean by significant change is we test this at a p-value of 0.05. So we can say with 95% confidence that this increase is not due to chance. Something happened in our high schools that students are now saying that they are learning more about the lives and experiences of people with disabilities. So there's still a 5% chance that this is randomness that we're seeing this increase, but we can be quite certain that it's not.
So the statistical significance is the delta between 0.3 and 2.77.
Exactly. Correct.
So statistical significance that we have an increase from last year.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, the significance we're testing is through the average ratings, not the percentile ranking. So sometimes you might see like a huge change in the percentile ranking from last year to this year, but there's no asterisk because the average rating may not have changed very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So back to the slide with the questions,
Yes.
and I'll be very brief here. It's an overall impression, general reaction. Again, another appreciation that we're data oriented, data focused. And some questions or additional information I think might be needed to make sense of the information when we disaggregated this year. It's insightful, but it's not as insightful if we can't see the disaggregation over the years. Because, for example, when I see non-students of color and students of color at a certain equity gap, that equity gap could have a meaning, but also it may have a deeper and clearer meaning if the gap is decreasing or increasing, or if it's flipped. So for example, on a surface, when you see a certain group of students of color above white students, it might raise some insights, but when you see it that the white students have increased at the same time, while all students have increased, but we bridge the equity gap, that might give another insight. So one question or additional information I think is going to be very important is not only to see the trend on the aggregates, but see the trend on the disaggregates.
Yeah.
To be able to understand deeper.
Absolutely agree. That's a limitation in our platform. However, when we do work with other districts who have specific sort of benchmarks when they look at the data, we encourage them to sort of use their own sort of tracking. Because you can look back at previous years, but that would require you to kind of like open up 5 different windows to check how they rated each year. Yeah, I completely agree. It's something I'm advocating for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I was wondering, I noticed you separated some of the data by race or by someone identifies as LGBTQ. Are there any significant differences between the individual schools and the data?
Between individual schools?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we look at the differences by school, that's not something that I can share here today, but you can see the differences between like the 3 high schools or like all the different elementary schools. You can see it side by side to see which schools are potentially having more positive student experiences, which ones are having less positive. And so we want to, make sure that principals and school leaders have that information. So maybe we can work together to be like, oh, you have really positive ratings in this. Like, what are you doing that I can learn from to improve mine? So that is something that is available.
And we do that, like, College Hill has really high rankings in the college and career readiness section of Youth Truth. And so when we're together and we're talking about college and career readiness activities, we talk to Mr. Wright, like, what else are you doing? Like, these are the things we're doing. What else are you doing? And we do consult him as a leadership team because your school has much better results than the other 2 schools in that area.
To follow up on that, in my opinion, I think something that makes something big that we try to focus on in College Hill is experimentation that is open and clear, that students can give active feedback on and feel open to talk about. Me, before I wanted to get into board meetings, I just actively spoke with Eric about, the ways that he tries to differentiate the College Hill from traditional schools and what he experiments with. I remember the first year I was there, they experimented with doubling up points at the end of the day if you stayed all day, and that didn't work out well, and so they changed it, and they made that clear. And, I think that more experimentation could lead to better results. I know that it directly affects the development of kids, which could prove to be troublesome. But I also think that how it currently is not working too well, and that it could be a lot of improvement if we experiment further and be more outlandish with changes. Yeah, that's it.
All right, well, thank you so much, Jimmy. This was a wonderful way to frame our ongoing conversation and discussion around student voice. We will be taking a 15-minute recess. It is 1:51 right now, so let's come back at 2:06.
Sounds great.
All right. Good. All right, we are back in session with the Corvallis School Board Retreat, and we'll turn it over to Nikki McFarland. Thank you.
Allison, does it seem like everything's working? Okay, all right. So we are actually going to see some of the same data that Jimmy shared in my slides. And what I'm going to do is kind of take the next step and talk about at high school, how we use the data to inform our practices. And then Marcian is going to talk about some plans for this year as well. So I'll mostly be talking about 24-25, but I don't feel like I can talk about 24-25 without first looking back at 23-24 and the lessons learned there. Okay, so looking back at 23-24 school year, we used the data to identify student needs. So just kind of looking at some of the gaps and growth areas, and knowing that there's a lot of data in there. When I work with principals, we don't try and fix everything. We choose a few focus areas. So I'll talk about one of those focus areas and how that shows up in the data. But primarily, last year, when we chose those focus areas, we then designed advisor lessons for our two comprehensive high schools that were like, here's the student need, and then here are standards from the state of Oregon that help to address that need. So Oregon has SEL, social emotional learning standards, and newly adopted higher education and career path skills credit requirements. So those are new. They just give a lot more detail to the career planning work that we used to do in our district. So that's what we did last year. And so we kind of looked at those gaps, identified some areas we wanted to work on, and one of them was college and career readiness. So that one is yellow because we adopted a college and career planning curriculum. We used it in advisor class. We brought back the Benton County Career Convention, thanks to those of you who maybe were there. And then we actually surveyed students along the way to see if we were making gains on that one question, which was, my school helps me to find careers that match my interests. So we kind of progress monitored. How are we doing on this? We were really focused because we can't focus on all the things that show up in the data every year. So we used the data to come up with themes for the year, and that was last year. And now for this year, we've looked at the data again, and we have 4 themes we will focus on. So one is just school success. So you can see there some data, and I think Jimmy showed this to us earlier. So in 23-24, 40% of high school students agreed that when they're feeling upset, stressed, or having problems, their school has programs or services that can help them. So what we did actually twice in advisor in both September and I think in March was we reminded students, like, if you are struggling with academics, with these different areas of your life, here's the way the school can support you. Here are the people you need to reach out to. As mentioned, we will also be using Major Clarity for a second year for our career and college planning and advisor. We also use advisor to do academic planning. Our students shared some really interesting data about how they go about selecting courses, and they want to do a better job selecting courses that match to their interest. And then lastly, belonging and purpose. In 23-24, 39% of high school students agreed that they really feel like part of their school's community. So you see there are 4 themes, and 3 of them, the first, second, and fourth, really are connected to our Youth Truth data. And they're also not just like random, they're not randomly connected to the data, they're also connected to our Oregon SEL standards. So Jimmy shared this earlier. So our adopted curriculum for SEL at high school is aligned to these, this Oregon SEL framework. And the new higher education and career path skills standards, which have these 4 focus areas. So what I'm going to do, I'm hoping it's the next slide because I didn't print them out in front of me, is talk about how we go from youth truth data to what is happening in our classrooms with students. So at the very top there, you can see there is a question in youth truth. What I learn in class helps me outside of school. And that had a 43% positive response. So then we go, okay, what are the standards that are connected to this question that we address in our advisor class? And so on the left, you can see our higher education and career path skills standard, explore personal strengths, aptitudes, and interests. And then you can see 2 major clarity lessons that are directly aligned to that standard. So there's really a through line from what students tell us to the standards we get from the state to our curriculum and the lessons the students experience. And then on the right side, you can also see the connection to our SEL standard, use management strategies and different approaches for achieving goals. And below that, you can see 2 sample lessons, one from grade 10 and one from grade 12 that are directly tied to those standards and back to that youth truth data. So at high school, we are really looking at the data to respond to student needs. And this is just one example from one question in youth truth.
And Nikki, do all students get that curriculum?
The in their advice, at the 2 comprehensive high schools, we have an advisor 2 days a week, and it's on Wednesday that they're getting a lesson tied to one of those. I'm going to go back. Oh, too far. One of those 4 areas. So at the start of the year, we're starting with school success. Like, how does our school operate? What are the rules around safety and behavior? What do you do when you need help? Just kind of framing, like, this is our school, this is how we operate. Then we get into students like exploring themselves, looking at careers, get into academic planning, and then into the SEL curriculum. That's the flow. Those 4 really outline the flow of our advisor course in our comprehensive high schools. And this is year 2 with this schedule. And I always think, we always get better every year. So I have optimism that we are going to continue to see some of those positive trends that Jimmy identified from our data. Okay, let me advance. So our roadmap, just like what I wanted to do is explain what we're going to be doing differently this year. So principals and I reviewed data in the spring. I'm going to be reviewing the student data with a high school advisory committee starting tomorrow. So a lot of the work in advisor was done by just a few adults last year, so we're bringing in more teacher voice. So we have a counselor from each comprehensive high school, we have a leadership teacher, we have an equity TOSA, so we have a variety of folks from both Crescent Valley and Corvallis High School that will be looking at the data tomorrow and kind of looking at that rough outline I gave you, like there are these 4 themes, and beginning to create the flow for the entire year. We really just have September done right now because we know we have to talk about student rights and responsibilities and safety to start the year off. So we're looking at that data. We'll be developing fall lessons for October and November and December, aligned with the student data, the staff feedback, and board goals. So one of the things that's built into Advisor this year are more opportunities for students to actually give feedback along the way to the Advisor lessons, and opportunities for staff to give feedback about the lessons, and like making sure that they're starting to see that through line from our data down to what's happening in the classrooms. I will also be rounding with students and asking them questions, because we can get some things from like, a point in time survey, but when I go to classrooms, last year I was rounding with CTE students, I went into leadership classes. When I go into classes and ask questions, I see some of the nuances, and I actually, when I pull all that data together and look for themes, I bring those back to principals and like, here are the ideas the students came from of where we can go next. So if we're not seeing something work, for our experimenting, like Harvick said, isn't working, we get our ideas from students and staff, from their voice. Then we'll use that feedback to develop spring lessons, continue rounding with students, administer youth truth, and kind of, again, like be monitoring. Is what we're doing making a difference? So it might feel like to students, we're looking at a single point in time and the survey is quite long, and it is long. And we actually are looking at data and going right down to what students are experiencing in the classroom at the high school level. So that's kind of our roadmap. And then I'm just going to review very quickly some differences. So we are changing and growing. So as I shared, I'll have a high school advisory committee this year that will be working on the lessons, so we get more voice there. We begin meeting tomorrow. We'll be getting more teacher voice and feedback into those lessons. We will be bringing all the high school staff together to do professional development and collaboration related to the lessons and the learning. This morning I had the opportunity to meet with our new educators and just talk about and share a lesson from our SEL curriculum. And as I was doing it, I thought, I am really looking forward to this being something that all of our staff get to experience at the high school level. Based on feedback from last year, we're going to begin the year with more low-risk topics, so kind of like rules, college and career self-exploration before we get into the learning that may be more vulnerable for students. This will be our year 2 with college and career curriculum, which I think is a huge positive. First year is always a big lift. We'll be in year 1 of our SEL curriculum, and then as I shared, we'll also be getting a lot more student voice through deliberate rounding and also some work that Marcian is going to talk about. Other questions for me before I hand off to Marcian?
I have one. I just had a question about how you'll gather student voice as part of this process. Like,
Yeah.
how will that be?
So there are 2 ways. So actually students, I think, will see it, I believe it's in the first day of advisor, September 6th. We use QR codes to get feedback from students. Like, I think the very first day we ask, if you are 10th, 11th, or 12th grader, they have a set of questions like, think back on advisor last year. What worked really well? What would you like to see be different? So that's one way. That's like a huge survey, and we actually tend to get pretty good results. When I send out those QR codes, I tend to get, I think we have around 1,900 high school students, is that right? To 2,000, and then we probably get 50% return on literally just a QR code that goes up. So there's 3 questions, that's one way, and then the other way is I schedule time to go into classrooms and I ask students questions and I take notes on it, and then I look for themes from those. So I'm doing 2 things.
You mentioned that the QR codes are given out immediately when school starts, like it's September 6th?
So they'll get students in advisor at Crescent Valley and CHS at the end of the lesson. So we'll do the first advisor lesson, which is really just like, what is advisor? What are we going to be doing this year? They'll see a QR code that day that asks for feedback. And a lot of the first day is really describing what is the purpose of advisor, which is exactly what I was describing before, right? We're doing college and career readiness. We're addressing belonging and purpose, talking about school safety and doing academic planning.
Yeah, well, I think that those are really important. My concern with doing it on the first day may be because on the first day, it can be quite a lot and be a little overwhelming for some students, even if they're returning students. So maybe doing it later on in the week, like the next week after, may improve response amount. Just an idea.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful.
So Nikki, I'm gonna ask you about the balance sheet for this one. Roughly, is it possible to say majority of the money coming for this is from the student investments account, or the minority of it, or it's really hard to untangle for advisors or committees or any of those programs coming from Student Success Fund, the State School Fund or student investments accounts?
So Wayfinder SEL curriculum, I think, was $14,000, and that comes from High School Success. So High School Success budget is built on from a state rubric that actually says you can only spend money in these areas. And when we have data that says we're not showing growth in areas, ODE will actually come to us and say like, hey, we're getting information that you're not doing this very well. And at which point we can be put into corrective action, which means then we're forced to spend a certain amount of money on kind of an item in the rubric would be how I would describe it. So that is funded with high school success, and Major Clarity is $11,000, and that is for all of our high school students as well. And that is also funded through high school success and that advisory committee. So doing this work around social emotional learning and supporting students to be successful and college and career learning are both things in the high school success rubric. And so the committee, the Major Clarity, and the Wayfinder curriculum are all funded through that budget.
When we say high school success, are on measure 98 to 99?
Yes, measure 98. Yes. Yeah.
I noticed you had your hand up. Did you have something you wanted?
So, related to the things that we do, especially on Wednesdays during advisor, I know most teachers, just to preface this, have like very strict lesson plans and schedules they need to be on for preparing students. But I noticed last year students, at least at my school, enjoyed the Fridays, which were the study hall periods of the advisor, more than doing. Major Clarity was great. I mean, I'm saying it was definitely helpful. It was very interactive, but they liked more of the, I can get something done now than I have to sit through 45 minutes of talking through this and that. In contrast, I remember specifically doing a day in chemistry class of different career options within just very specifically around that topic. And students were more engaged in talking about career options and career readiness within whatever class that they're in, more than sitting in what most students look at as free time, which is advisor. And they're like, oh, I have to go through this 10 slides and I have to sit and listen to this. But that's just what I was noticing. And I was wondering how, would we have to, I mean, I think we'll see some of that within the survey about advisor that you'll get. But if that's something that we can also discuss with our teachers to bring that career aspect into their classes, to try and discuss like, in math, these are the different places you can go, especially in our very specific CTE classes, talking more about these are the careers you can go.
Yeah, I've had that conversation with students about what really helps them to think about their future and their career. And it was the convention, but they said, when we have career speakers, when we get to go out into industry and like we look at different, work sites, like especially in the health occupations program, that's at Crescent Valley, their experiences out working and interacting with medical professionals is really valuable. So I have heard that, and I have brought that back to the principals to say, we're doing this and we saw these gains. We're still low, right? It's a very low area, but we saw big gains in college and career readiness, and this is what we need to do next. And this is the kind of feedback that we want to get back from students. It's like, what can we do better? We do have standards, both SEL standards and our career education standards, higher ed and career path skills standards. We have both of those, and so that is a place where we're addressing them and awarding graduation credit, and we want it to be meaningful. So thank you for that feedback.
I just wanted to follow that up. You mentioned going on the field, right, for career paths. I think that those kinds of, I'm going to call them field trips because that's what I'm used to calling them. I think that those kinds of field trips are particularly very engaging and helpful for thinking about moving as a career. And I think further including that into schools, like making that a majority of field trips, would be very helpful for students. I wouldn't say all field trips would be that, because field trips often from the student's perspective are like a break from traditional school and giving them some time to relax. And so a lot of them are much more relaxed and laid back in terms of where they go. So for instance, at College Hill, every now and then we go up to Mary's Peak, which is a great break from having to do traditional schoolwork. But also we went to a field trip to like a hotel, or no, not a hotel. No, it was a hotel, right? Maybe you weren't a part of it.
Oh, I wasn't there, but I think yes.
Yes, we went to a hotel where an individual that worked there walked us through the daily routine and gave us some positions that maybe we could go to during or outside high school.
We can think about that for our teachers, having the chance to do externships,
Mhm.
to go and visit other career areas, so that they have a broader array of ideas for, and ways to help students to find, career opportunities.
Yeah, and when we do our initial like send out for folks who want to be involved in the career convention, we're actually adding in, I spoke with Kelly about this last week, I think. We're adding in a question like, how else could you be involved? Like those work site visits or being a career speaker. So we are looking to expand that. One more, I don't know where I am on time. I'm not a timekeeper.
So we'll go with those question
Okay.
or comment and then
Yeah,
we'll.
and then
go
we'll
the
pass to
next.
Marcian, okay.
Perfect. So I know we don't have our freshman health class, Raider success, voting success.
That second term, yeah.
So, and I've heard that those are still requirements. So I've heard that those will be added to advisor classes. I was wondering what are some clarifications on that, and also how that would affect what we're planning to do during the advisor process and relate to this.
Yeah, I can give an example because it's actually on my mind. So I have access to all of the Raider and Spartan Success lessons. A lot of the lessons actually came out of a research study out of the University of Oregon, and teachers were using a curriculum called SE3, and we were piloting if we use this curriculum, which teaches students like, hey, if you missed school or you have a question about your grade, how do you write an email? Who do you send it to? What kinds of things should you keep in mind as you write it? So I've been looking at the new standards and then also looking at that curriculum and going, what are the things that are now going to be missed that need to be infused into the lessons? And really, I was just looking at the email lesson, that one's on my mind. Because it's a good lesson for everybody. I mean, even some of our adults could possibly use a refresh on appropriate emails and making requests and being specific and
We obviously
using proper
have
grammar and all that
students
good
that
stuff. So I am looking at that because I do know there'll be some missed things.
Okay, perfect, yeah.
Thank
Can I hand this off to
Great
you,
question
Marcia?
and comment.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Nikki, for that. That was really helpful. So one of the things that I wanted to say is that we're very excited about this possibility that's going to happen this upcoming school year, which is Youth Truth Student Workshops. And we haven't done it yet. So I think I was telling Jimmy, we haven't done it yet. So I might look to you to add to what I say. Does that sound good?
Great.
Okay, now I won't make stuff up, I promise. So before I jump in, I just have a couple of slides. The reason we're doing this has actually been kind of brewing over the course of a year. So I work very closely with our students advocating for equity, and some of our board members have attended those meetings with me. And one of the things that I noticed when we're working with our SAFE students, and we've shared data with them, is that they have so many questions about the data. And what I noticed during the meetings is they were saying, well, why and what and how? And it felt like when we were showing the data to them that it felt reactive, right? And so I remember meeting with Jimmy and saying, Jimmy, is there a way that we can have student voice, student participation in the Youth Truth surveys? And he said, actually, we do. We have this thing called student workshops. And I said, tell me more. So what I'm going to share with you today is something that we're going to be engaging our students with, and it's student workshops. And it's going to be a wonderful thing for our students to participate in this process. So the first thing I wanted to share was what it is. Go back one. Hold on. Nikki?
Marcian?
How do I go back?
Should just be the left button, but you can't point it at the sky, you gotta point it
Okay,
at
there we go.
Therese.
One more. Okay, there we go. All right.
Okay.
Don't leave her.
I know, I don't know. I know that technology will follow me even into this space, right? So when Jimmy and I spoke, these are some of the things that he shared that the student workshops will entail. And the purpose of the student workshops is really to educate students around the importance of surveys, right? We have spent several hours here talking about the importance of surveys. So really engaging our students in that knowledge as well will be really important. During these workshops, they will have an opportunity to analyze the data. They will have an opportunity, and maybe you can talk more about this, Jimmy, to learn a protocol for interpreting data and the results. Wouldn't that be cool, right, to be able to do that? And the workshops will be, there'll be a time where all the students will get to meet Jimmy in person, which will be great. And then he will also Zoom in throughout the year to be able to meet the students and make those connections throughout the year, okay? At the end of the year, we'll end with a culminating activity where students will set goals, right? And they will also create some action plans, right? So student voice will be part of this process throughout the way. And then lastly, they will provide recommendations, okay? Right. So the students that will be involved, and Jimmy, is there anything else you would want to add before I talk about kind of the makeup of the groups that we're going to?
Sure, I can add a little more.
Okay. All right. Okay. And then this is the one that I'm really taking a lot of thought into this. We want to make sure that we include as many students as we can, but we can't include all. So the groups of students will probably end up with about 35 students as part of this student workshops. They will be, the makeup will be students from the 7th to 11th grade. And we want to have multiple perspectives as part of this student workshop. So we currently, and this is wonderful, we already have our established SAFE groups, pride groups. We will hopefully start an Indigenous student leaders group. We have Black student union groups as well as other groups. So we're gonna make sure that we tap into these student groups and do some formal invitations. I'll pause there and see, Jimmy, if there's anything else you would want to add.
Yeah, part of the reason, so when we think about doing Youth Truth Student Voice workshops, one of the things that we don't want is to just get a random group of students who come together for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then they never meet again for the rest of the year. We want this to be a place for students to be able to look at the data, analyze it, make those recommendations, and then they themselves can be the ones who track the progress throughout the school year, throughout the meetings that they have. So that was part of the reason when Marcy and I discussed who should be involved. There is an opportunity potentially in the future to be like, actually, we want to create this like Youth Truth student group. Like we could do that, but why not utilize the groups that already exist, allow them to have some of those spaces as well outside of this Youth Truth workshop where they can talk specifically about the data that they're seeing that affects their own student group.
I think that interest from staff within the school on the data sets could prove to be a great incentive for people to keep track of it, because maybe as time goes on, they feel less interested. But if other staff, actively track their or actively ask about their progress every now and then, it could be interesting to bond around that kind of information and talk about their thoughts around the statistics.
Yeah.
So maybe that could be a part of it.
Love that idea.
Okay, great question. So one of the things that I thought was really, really cool is earlier, and I wrote down the percentage, Jimmy talked about 83% response rate for students and 94% response rate for staff. So in the spring, we intentionally remind our staffs and our students, the students are like, no, anyway, take the survey, right? And Youth Truth folks are sending emails, I'm sending emails, and it becomes kind of like a pesky little sister reminding everybody to do everything. There's a reason why we do that. We really want to have high participation rate, because you can tell the data really matters. So one of the things that you said, Jimmy, in the phone call that really resonated with me is usually the adults are reminding the staff are reminding the students to take the survey. So how cool would it be that this upcoming school year that we have students actually get involved in reminding their peers around the importance of taking a survey. So that's why this is my last slide, is having student involvement and being in charge of promoting the Youth Truth survey, and that they can do things like create posters, slide decks, presentations, and which would be really cool, right? And then lastly, the school board doesn't know this yet, but we would, I guess they do now, and it's public. We would love for this student group at the end of the school year to be able to present to the school board their findings. So, kind of cool. Yeah. Anything else, Jimmy?
Yeah, as we think about sort of how we can get students to take more of an active role in the promotion of the survey, the ways that we've seen this in some other districts is students are actually the ones going classroom to proctor the survey. So they're the ones reading the proctor script, or they come up with their own. They also create videos or school newspaper articles that go out about the value of it. One of the really interesting things a student told me in a high school in California, she was like, "You're never going to get any of us excited to take the survey, but we can stress the importance of what happens with us," because we kept talking about like create a hype video, do all these things, and she's just like, no one is excited. But if we know that it's actually being used, we'll take it seriously. So that was really great insight for us. But that's some of the stuff we have in our communication that we send out to all of our districts is like, hey, here's a sample video that this district made. Here's a sample proctor script that this district made for their students. So that's something that Marcia will keep in close contact with to try to make sure that happens.
And CB did a video the very first year, I believe, but we haven't done an updated one.
So, what do you know?
Before we transition, can you tell us, give us an example of a district you've worked with or a school you've worked with and how that has gone?
Yeah, absolutely. My favorite story is with San Luis Coastal Unified School District in San Luis Obispo, California. They have what they call a student senate, and that started, I think about 6 or 7 years ago. It started with maybe 6 high school students, and it was the superintendent, these 6 high school students. They went through Youth Truth data together. Those students got full access to the reports minus qualitative comments. So they actually can dig into every single piece of the data. And then they reported back to their principals and to the school board. Since then, that group of 6 has now become a group of 150, grades 3 through 12. So I go in 3 times a year to do a lesson with 3rd graders and 12th graders all in the same room about data, how they can use it. The 3rd through 5th graders also get complete access to their reports. I'm not saying that that's the way that we should go, but that's after 7 years what it has evolved into. And those groups meet every other month with the superintendent in the student senate to go through their Youth Truth data, update everyone on their school's progress of the goals that they've created. And then when they're back at their own sites, they're continuing this work. It's not just this one time that they're coming together to do that. The way that I play into this is I do a pre-survey workshop, help everyone get reminded about what the data looks like, which we're going to do virtually here as well, get students ready to take action on being the ones to promote the survey. I come back post-survey, do a huge workshop on analysis of data, where I walk students through and I notice a wonder protocol where they can better understand how to analyze this data and what they can actually do with it. And then they leave that meeting with 2 really big things. Action plan on what students can do to improve their schools in this data so that they have some of that ownership, and then recommendations about what adults can do. So we go through this whole thing of like, okay, students, what do you have control over? What do you have the power to be able to change in your schools? And then they make a list of like, we want this to change, but we don't feel like we have the control over that. So then that becomes the recommendations to adults. So we'll do that as well this year. And then after they do that, then they just track their progress throughout the entire year until we repeat again. So we do that every year. We've been doing that for 7 years. So that's my favorite student group, and I'm excited to get started here in Corvallis.
One thing I was going to say, first of all, I think this sounds great. I know a handful of students at President Valley itself would be very excited to be part of this initiative. But apart from this, what I wanted to say was that just a few minutes ago, I was talking to Jimmy about custom questions on the Youth Truth survey and how we can have custom questions district to district, and how we can incorporate that into the student voice groups. But I definitely know there are certain questions which will probably be insightful if we add them to the youth truth survey. And I think, I mean, one of those examples, which is something that we worked on last year, was communication with all the way from students to school admin, district admin. Like, do you even know who your district admin is, right? Ideally, every student should know these are the people up there. This is my superintendent. This is who these people are. So, that's not just one part that I felt was missing from the youth truth survey is like, do you know the people who are making the decisions? Do you know the people who are listening to your voice? Do you know the people? So I think incorporating that custom questions part, maybe for the 24-25 survey, into this student voice workshop will be.
I just want to mention, because he brought up a great point, that greater transparency across districts about how they operate and how decisions are made might be a great way for students to get better involved in helping out with working around, I'm sorry. Greater transparency could help for greater feedback.
Along those lines, we've also been thinking about that the survey is often for instructional staff, and how do we expand it to all staff across the school district, rather beyond just our teaching staff. And it's because we've developed some goals for some of our departments, and how do we use a tool that we're currently using to help with that as well. So I do see some additional opportunities for us to think about as we move forward with it. But that's a great example. Well, we both had great examples.
One question too. I just want to first praise you for doing all this work, and I love that how for staff, school safety has become, has increased and they're feeling safer. And a lot of the pluses that we saw today, I just think that's to you and to all of you for doing such major work and really listening to what's going on with our students. I kept hearing the non-binary students, and I wonder about getting them involved in your group, because we need to hear their voices more and open the door a little bit more and advocate. And so I'm wondering if we can somehow include that, because their numbers were really low and I'm really worried about that, so.
I agree with that.
The beautiful thing about a lot of the groups that were in that previous slide is that we have a lot of intersectionalities with all our groups, student groups.
Yeah.
And that's something that I wrote in my notes, is just making sure I was thinking about students, special ed students or students navigating homelessness. And we want to make sure that we have just a robust representation of our student body. So thank you, Chris, for that. Very important. Thank you.
All right, should we move on to the next section?
Let's move on.
All right.
All right.
And I get to lead the next section.
Awesome.
Wait for Jenny's help and support shifting here.
So where I'd like to, or where I was invited to help bring the conversation next, was actually drawn from many of the things that have come out of this conversation. And Jimmy, I loved what you said when you said students shared that they're not going to get excited necessarily about the Youth Truth survey or taking any really long survey. But if they understand the importance, then that leads to something. And there is no importance in it if nothing is done with those data that actually feels meaningful for students. And so that's where I'd like to bring the conversation around. We started with a great question just in talking about why is student voice important? And I want to bring this to a developmental perspective. That's where my background is in human development and family sciences. I know Teresa also and others at the table as well. And so thinking about not just why is it important at face value? Why does it matter that students have a voice in their own education and in their own experience every day? But I'd like to also talk about what's happening developmentally brain-wise, because there are different things happening in adolescent brains than there are in adult brains. And that gives your brains, those of you around this table and others, superpowers that some of us lose as adults. And so I'd like to come back to that conversation. But first, what I'd love to do is just invite folks to turn back to a partner or a small group and consider this question. It's a little bit of building off of the first question that Jimmy posed for us around why is student voice important. But I'd like to invite you to think about this. If you identify as an adult at this phase in your life, what is something you've learned from a child, from a teen, that's changed the way you think about anything, whether it's the world or something small or something large? And if you are a teen, what's something that someone younger than you has taught you from spending time with them? And if you don't spend a lot of time with folks younger than you, maybe another peer, someone else who you spend time with. So go ahead and take just 3 minutes and try and share something that you've learned, either from someone younger than you or from another teen.
Probably that all the different things that happen, and then we mix up on so when you're young, so like when you explain a problem to a younger child, you would have thought
Even down to
all these willingness to say, yeah, I think it was their parents' generation,
It's just for anyone to be curious and invested.
And then just keep reading it, like
The survey.
That's really interesting. I would have.
Already lit. Let's figure out why I'm starting now.
Question number 30, and I think it's kind of I was thinking about
I also wanted to mention.
Okay. Go ahead and wrap up your last sentence. 40 minutes. I love how engaged the room got when we turned to this question. And we just love to make space for maybe 2 share outs. Anybody feeling courageous to share something that they shared about learning? Yeah. Share, Chris?
Which one was?
The idea of hearing nuance and perspectives from the kids.
I was sharing that when I taught elementary school that I learned in life that to really ask my students to give them input, to give us input in the classroom, how we run the classroom, how they want to learn, those kind of things. And I just was always so impressed with what the kids had to say and that they really had valuable input to give. And it always made our classroom more meaningful to them. The same with working with students in my later part of my career, working with kids that were at risk. you know, sitting down and having lunch with them and just asking them some basic questions about what they need. And it was interesting because we all say kids need to be fed and they need, you know, basic needs, but these kids had such different ideas that they shared about what they needed in life and needed at school. Like they wanted to learn, you know, how to change a tire, and they wanted to learn about bank accounts and how to grocery shop and things that, you know, we were not addressing with serving them. And so it was really fascinating to hear their voice and then, you know, really get that back to administrators and things like that. So, you know, it's very valuable and quite surprising and meaningful. Thank you, Chris.
With that in mind, I also wanted to add something. I think that a lot of times families struggle to give their kids all of the information that they need before they fully become an adult. For instance, I still don't know how to fully shop for groceries, like she said. And I think that while it may not appear to be the school's job in order to facilitate those kinds of needs, I think that maybe focusing on similar aspects of that may prove to be much more helpful for the youth to grow up. Because the idea of school is to get kids prepared for becoming adults. And while our current infrastructure is around subjects like STEM subjects, maybe more real life subjects that could help us grow up would be very helpful. And while I do agree that STEM subjects are very important, especially math, even though people seem to disagree about that a lot. I think that other things that are very important in modern day life would be super helpful to learn about. And it doesn't need to be like a whole class, just like a presentation or just like a project. Of course.
Any other group want to share?
We can share. I think we talked a little bit more about just the experience of being with people who are behind us developmentally, and the interactions that reflect what they, at their stage of development, have learned or accepted are the social practices or social norms that are expected of them compared to what we understand them to be, and what contrast there can be in that. And so I have often found that it is with people who are younger than myself that I can be brought back to a place of remembering that it's okay to think differently or creatively, or actually the rules that imply in this boardroom setting are not really relevant to the pretended play in my backyard. And so this doesn't have to make sense. And so there's a lot of freedom that can come from interacting with people who aren't using the same set of information or knowledge, or their priorities are different than mine. And so from that creates a lot of opportunity and space for new ways of being creative and thinking about the world around me. So, and practically speaking, literal things, like we learn things we did not know because our interests or our experiences would never have taken us there. And then we may find that actually we like or are drawn to something that we would have never considered otherwise. So.
Thanks, Therese.
That reminds me of an idea that I heard about, where as people grow older, they realize less and less about having to fit in and conform around the expectations. However, when you're young, it feels like it is super important to fit in around your peers, and especially during development of those really important times when you're a teenager. I find that a lot of people overlook just how important fitting in and doing what is normal, such as like wearing specific types of clothes or certain language, or how they act around individuals. While it may seem unimportant or are strange to older people who no longer think about those kinds of strong social dynamics that you need to keep in a close with that, or else you'll be outcasts. You know, people often overlook just how important it is, and I think it's just something that more people should keep in mind. It's something that I learned recently that I just wanted to pass on.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. And that is, one of the key stages of development of adolescence too. Like you said, is identity development. And figuring out how and where you fit in with whom, and being able to share parts of your identity out with the world, and everything that happens that comes back as feedback. And that can be really helpful feedback that makes you feel great and belonging. And it can be really harmful feedback that also makes it very hard to step back into a space or even to be able to share again. And that's a continual process that's really, really high during this phase. So thank you for bringing that up. Of course. So I want to carry that forward into some of these pieces that were coming out around what folks have learned from one another, from adolescents or from children in your life, to framing this around adolescent superpowers. And just like when we talk about data always comes from, or often comes from, specific experiences or groupings of experiences. So you might look at this and say, that's not quite me. Or some of the adults in the room might say, oh, that's kind of like me, even if I'm not an adolescent right now. And that's normal too. So we're looking at some different trends that have come out of development around adolescence. And I also just want to thank Linda Pensky for this framing around adolescent superpowers. Linda was a graduate student who I had the pleasure of supporting during her time in our graduate program and is now a faculty member at HDFS, but she often speaks about adolescent superpowers, so some of her work inspired this. So, as many of you know, teens' brains are under construction. Actually, all of ours are. Our brains continue to change throughout our lifetimes. And we often talk about early childhood being this time of amazing development, especially from 0 to 3, where young children are developing over 1 million new neurons or neural connections every second. Well, what you may not know is how high changes in adolescent brains. It is, during the teen years, it's the second highest period of change in brain plasticity, the brain's ability to change, than any other time in our lives, which is pretty amazing. But here's a question for you. And I'm going to invite everyone to hold up a finger, 1, 2, 3, or 4. In adolescence, which part of the brain is the least fully developed? Is it 1, the limbic system? That's your emotions, reward processing, sensation seeking, risk taking. 2, the prefrontal cortex, your executive function, decision-making, problem solving. 3, your occipital lobe, that's your vision. Temporal lobe, your hearing. What is the least development of these areas in adolescence? What's your guess? See a lot of 2s, a couple of 1s. It's actually number 2 in terms of least developed. So the prefrontal cortex, which, oftentimes when we talk about executive function or making those good decisions, is still developing, really into your mid-20s to late 20s, early 30s. They're seeing that section of your brain, or that part of your brain, is continuing to change and grow. The limbic system is fully, or very close to being fully developed. And so this is one of the reasons why youth often are leaning into things that feel good. Looking at your limbic system is related to emotions, sensations, reward processing. So really looking at what's going on that feels good to lean into. Or as you're talking about identity development, what doesn't feel good and I'm going to move away from or step away from, right? And so this also links into risk-taking behaviors, which I want to talk about in a minute too. Oftentimes we talk about that as from more of a deficits perspective of, teens are going out there and taking risks and this is a problem. I want to flip that around and talk about that too as a potential superpower. So teens' brains with that prefrontal cortex and that executive function piece that's still developing are in this phase of development where a lot is happening in terms of perspective taking, both figuring out who you are, but who you are in relation to other people around you and to your school system and to the adults and to what's happening around you in society as well. interpreting how others see them or you. This goes back to your point too, Harvick. And because it's so important in terms of that identity development and really stepping out in spaces to really experience who you are and identify who you are for yourself. Sometimes that comes from pleasing other people. Sometimes it comes from really looking at who are you for yourself, which makes it very, very hard to receive feedback, because feedback can feel like you have an audience all the time. Can feel very, very harsh, even if it's just meant as like mild teasing from somebody, or somebody makes a comment that maybe they don't think about again, ever, but that comes back and really sticks with you and holds on as something that really deeply impacts you and how you see yourself in your own identity, because this is such a precious time for finding that in yourself and finding that for yourself. And it's a time when that long-term planning and decision-making is still developing too, because there's so much happening for you in the here and the now that is part of the thinking. But more of where your brain is telling you to focus is on what's happening today and tomorrow and maybe next month. But we may not be thinking in the same way about 5 years as adults might be. And again, this is often framed as a deficit, and I want us to think about them in the other way, as a superpower. So that gap between the limbic system and the prefrontal cortex, the lag between the limbic system development and being developed in adolescence and your prefrontal cortex being developed a little bit later, is paired with increased sensitivity to what? Number 1, endorphins. Number 2, oxytocin. Or number 3, dopamine. So endorphins tend to come out when you exercise or they make you feel good, diminish pain. Oxytocin comes out in the context of relationships and care, helps reduce stress oftentimes. And then dopamine is part of your pleasure seeking and sensations and risk taking. Which of these you tend to have increased sensitivity to in adolescence? 1, 2, or 3? What's your guess? So that your brains just are responding more to them. That's number 3, dopamine. Which goes back to what I shared earlier about kind of leaning into some of the decision making around what feels good. And dopamine is a piece of it. So as I mentioned, we often think about risk taking as having downsides. Trying risky behaviors, doing things that you're not supposed to do, or pushing boundaries in ways that are harmful. It's often talked about in terms of research as youth may not have the experience or ability yet to judge whether potential risks are worth the consequences. However, let's flip that around. Because what happens as we age? If we become less likely to take risks, we become more set in our ways. We have a harder time brainstorming really creatively outside of the box. We look at the systems and the rules that are in place and say, well, we can only do the things that fit in the box that I know, or that I have, or that I've settled into. And what's amazing about adolescence is that this is a time in your own brain development where you may be more willing to take positive risks. And that means getting into new relationships, meeting new people, trying things in different ways than adults are willing to, imagining out of the box kinds of ideas and thinking. What rules? Let's throw out the whole system and think of things in a totally different way, or construct something in a totally different way with radical imagination. Being courageous and advocating in a way that adults might not, or might not even think to, or it might not even occur to us to do so. So some of the ideas that teen brains and adolescent brains have the capacity even to imagine, maybe beyond what some of our brains can think of on their own. Because you've got that flexibility right now in a way that we may not anymore. And so as I mentioned, brain plasticity, this is amazing. 0 to 3 is the #1 period of change. But the period that you're in right now is number 2. So this is a time of tremendous plasticity. Something else that's amazing about that is that they've shown that the physiological damage that can happen from trauma in your brain and your body can actually be healed and repaired because your brain is doing so much change. And that comes from trust, safety, belonging, relationships. in terms of being able to find yourself, your identity, and those connections with people who you feel care from and you really care about as well. And that gives us just tremendous potential if we really find ways as a district, as a school board, as district staff to really listen and partner and collaborate together with the way that you think and what you're thinking of and what you need. Because, just to sum up a couple of those things here, some of the superpowers of adolescent brains and the way that all of you have the potential to think beyond ways that we may be thinking as adults. You have this tremendous ability to learn and feel that may not be the same as adults. It's a superpower. It's a strength. Your brain can change, it can learn, grow, remember in ways that for some of us are not as strong. There's also a focus on the here and now. And something that's a challenge, and I know in school board work, is we often are looking at goals over a 5-year period. And so we're looking at what does this look like in 5 years? And so often it's students who say, but what does this look like tomorrow when I walk into school? And many of you have advocated in school board meetings and spoken up to say, we need to go back with answers now. Students are asking these questions now. That's great that there's a plan for 5 years from now. We need to know. And to be reminded of that when we get settled into ways of thinking that say, there's sometimes, I loved your 4Ds that you presented earlier, Jimmy, in terms of just thinking about defensiveness, dismissiveness, that comes into this kind of thinking as well too. It can be very easy to dismiss and say, well, you'll understand when you're older why we're taking a long-term perspective. If we don't do both long-term and the tomorrow, the today, we're not effectively serving students. So you have that power to be that voice, to help us remember that. You understand your context best. We were all middle school students and elementary school students and high school students, and we were not elementary and middle school and high school students in the context you live in today. We did not, many of us did not have cell phones. Many of us did not live through a pandemic. None of us lived through a pandemic at that phase of development. We may have knowledge of development, our own experiences. You understand today in your context better than any of us do. And necessary risk taking. It's needed. We have to think out of the box. We have to push those boundaries. We have to be able to imagine, envision, get creative and innovative in our thinking in ways that sometimes our adult brains close to. We start thinking more about rules, long-term consequences that can be helpful. That's why we also need each other. And it can also shut us down to being as creative as we might want to be, which is something else that many of you bring to the table and we're excited about. So I wanted to share some of that framing just to remind us about the power of having groups where we really look very intentionally at these different ages and stages and experiences as all being superpowers in what we're bringing together to the table. And I'd love to bring up a couple of discussion questions to invite folks to turn back to, it seemed like having small groups to just turn and discuss with for a few minutes was helpful, and then maybe we could do a final share. So here are some questions to consider. One, what are you excited about? After all that we talked about today, thinking about having more student engagement with Youth Truth and really hearing from students so that that work can come forward in terms of change and really effectively addressing those gaps. What are you excited about related to engaging student voice in the Youth Truth process and more intentionally across the district? What barriers do you anticipate might come up? And that might be barriers like that difference in long-term and short-term thinking, or worries about the ways that systems are set up that don't always respond as quickly as, let's say, students might want. What are the barriers that you might anticipate? Because if we start to name those, we can also start to break them down. And how can we collectively know that we are successful as we move forward with this? What are the ways that we can keep track of, is this working? Are we doing this in a way that actually feels meaningful for the adults, for the students in this process? Not only at inviting student voice, because we're doing that, inviting it, but at really effectively shaping programs and policy in a way that better centers that voice and those experiences, to show that it may not be a survey that folks are excited about, but that they see the importance of because their voice was carried. So let's take a couple of minutes and turn back to your small group of partners and feel free to discuss, and then we'll do a final share out in a couple of minutes, maybe take 5 minutes.
I've seen that YouTube as a tool has potential to be really helpful in.
All right, take 4 minutes and then we're gonna take a break.
Surveys. I think that would be, only discussing experiences. Also, especially with the communication, because, I mean, what are the goals here? And I feel like we can, if we were able to incorporate that process, so we can get
In combination with
very specific. How are your experiences? Would you like to see this year? And I know there's like a limit to mark and also now that we can include parents and family members into provide much better insight than how to like survey policy. Let's now form this group to work on these kind of things.
When I was just feel like to be able to say, this is the area that is hard to and so we can all
And that was really excited was I and I'm also really excited about you're all about you know how to tell them. So the idea that hardware lessons and all of that are and after high school, that was much help, like, that is how we're gonna power it.
Another part is the staff aspect. How they like to interact. I know teachers, many teachers, I don't want as a
facility needs like.
But some barriers are.
Like there are ones that actually fear that are gone, but they say something. Which should not be, like, the transparency should obviously. I feel it will be helpful for the advocacy. Maybe these people really agree with us, feel safe to share their opinions and thoughts with us. And because of the anonymous nature, I think these people are ready to respond and give their.
And so, I'm aware of that, there could be a real ideological gap.
We don't ever.
Yeah.
Greater communication, especially around students being more.
I think we will know if students stay engaged
Because we have.
and bring new powers. We are able to use this data to make
A gap that.
things that students are concerned about right now.
Better transparency.
Changes, and if we see.
We're gonna go back to the full group just for a moment, and I've been reminded that we are getting short on our time and also wanna honor a break for folks. So rather than, as much as I would love to take a lot of time and really pull this out to a share out, I've been reminded that it's actually time for a break. So I'm gonna pass things back over to Lou. And thank you for the conversation.
Thanks, Shauna, for leading this, and, again, thanks for understanding I had to be away and miss some of the data, which everybody knows I love hearing about, very much. We're gonna take a break till 3:30, so we have 8 minutes, basically. I'm gonna try to keep us on time. 8 minutes, well, we had a 10-minute break, so it's extra 2. We could take, I would say.
No, we're good.
I'd say
It's not gonna be enough time to go get coffee no matter.
3:30. We're having a 3:30.
That's what I want.
I want coffee too.
Shauna's too bad. Would you mind taking, some of your time during the break to talk?
Alrighty.
All right, so for just maybe the next like 15 to 20 minutes, it can even be less depending on sort of folks' interest to move the conversation forward. I wanted to take the moment to just talk about from Youth Truth's perspective, what are next steps for us? What does the 24-25 school year look like? And then to open it up to think about what do next steps look like for the Corvallis School Board when it comes to Youth Truth and the information that you've gotten today and the information that we are all going to get in the spring. So just kind of looking forward to 24-25, we will have added on the family surveys. So we will be surveying students, families, and staff. We did survey families one time back in 2019, but we will be doing it again for the first time since then. And our survey window is in April again. So we will be surveying in April 2025 with results coming back in early May. One thing until then that I encourage folks in this room to do, I've heard some kind of conversations about like the additional topics and the research that comes up around some of our themes, is there's a really fascinating research publication that we released last fall, around math, identity, and mindsets. So I know that's something that this group in particular is really excited about. We did a national sort of study on students' perceptions, grades in middle school and high school, about students' perceptions of their own math identity and how they learn math. We took that data to 3 schools, one in California, one in Texas, and one in Ohio, had students make meaning of it, and then we published a report on that. So I encourage you to read through that until you get your own data back. And then one thing to look forward to this fall is one of the new sort of additional topics that were included in your survey last year was around civic readiness. So we have a national report coming out in just a month or so about civic readiness and how students, again, in middle school and high school, feel about that, coming out just in time for the election. So that'll be great. As we look specifically at Corvallis and what we're doing with the data once it comes out, is we have a in-person student workshop, as Marcianne mentioned, and that will be preceded by quite a few virtual meetings that I'll have with Marcianne, I'll have with some of the students, and then that will be happening also without me, thinking about how to get students prepared for it. We also, for the first time, are going to be doing an in-person community workshop. What that looks like, we don't exactly know yet. We have some time to plan. But typically when Youth Truth has done these in the past, we bring together community members, and that can be however you want to define that. It can be families, students, staff, all coming together in the same place. It can be from one school, it can be district-wide. And it's a place where I will come in, do some data protocol activities. I'll do a presentation of data, a little shorter than what I did today, but actually walk people through some meaning-making activities and create some really, really robust discussions about the data and how all people in the Corvallis community can take some ownership over improving the lives of the students in Corvallis. So that is still to come, and more information on what that actually looks like. And then the last thing, this is something that we've always done this, but we'll do 3 virtual principal sessions. So one for our elementary principals, one for our middle school principals, and one for our high school principals, where I will join via Zoom and talk with all of those folks about their data, giving them highlights and areas of improvement and strengths about what I'm seeing in their most recent reports, and then sort of opening that up for discussion about what any questions that they might have and next steps that they're wanting to take. So that is what is on the horizon for the 24-25 school year when it comes to Youth Truth. Any questions about that?
I'll just ask the question if in the workshops, the principals or community, are any of those opportunities that students can listen in on or participate in?
Yeah, so not for the principal ones, just because that is our first time going through the data, and typically we try to make that more confidential. But however, for the community workshop, it's up to you all who you want to invite to that. So absolutely students can be in that. And then of course the student workshops, they'll have their own chance to be in there too.
I have a question. because of the confidentiality piece that you mentioned, like with some of the data for smaller populations, and how will that kind of data ever be shared? Are you all planning on doing more trend stuff? Like how I said, I was surprised to see American Indian, Alaska Native because that usually doesn't show up. And the same with like Pacific Islander students too. And so because of the response rate and also the population size, and so do you have any plans for people seeing that in some way or even trends?
Yeah, so typically when we produce our reports, we will never share the data from any of those groups unless we have 5 or more respondents, so that we can still maintain anonymity for those groups. But even if we have a small number, 5 or 6 across an entire district, we want their voices heard, so we want it to show up. So we balance that with that 5 number as our minimum of respondents. And then as for confidentiality, I'll work with Ryan and Marcianne to think about exactly what kinds of data we want to share at what level. That's not necessarily something that, I will pick. I'll of course have my recommendations, but at the end of the day, it's up to you all exactly what you want to share.
Thank you.
So the answer to the question might be trivial, but it's important to state it. In your experience with other family surveys and sessions, what is the answer to the so what's, why we're doing it, or what could it mean when we do it? You can summarize the impact of it, and if there's any good success story of you used it in another district, and an insight or corrective action or initiative was based on those sessions or surveys. Could you explain?
For the family survey in particular?
Yeah.
So the family survey is interesting because similar to our staff survey, we're really asking them to think about their own experiences with school. So we're not actually asking families to make assumptions about their child's experience. So for all of our family questions, it's how are you experiencing your relationship with your child's teacher? Do you feel as a parent that your school has the resources necessary for your child to succeed? So all of the questions are very specifically worded so that it's from a family member's perspective, and we're not trying to have them make assumptions about their child's experience. There are a couple, like maybe there's one question that asks, do you view teachers and students as caring for each other? Like that's a simple one. But typically the vast majority of the questions are just about their own experience with school. So when we do these, it's truly about, the unit of measurement that we have is the school, improving the school. And so we can now triangulate these 3 different perspectives to make that happen for all members of the school community.
Wonderful, thank you.
Oftentimes I see that some families try to intervene. I don't see this here, but in certain cases with some friends and a couple parts of my family, I see that parts of their family try to intervene with kids trying to directly communicate about how they feel and try to do the 4 Ds, and so are you worried that that might come up during the family survey?
Yes, and it always does. And so again, part of the hope there is that because we are doing this comparative data set, that value to be able to think, we shouldn't think that that's going to happen more in Corvallis than it will anywhere else. So the comparative data helps to offset that a little bit. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we're hearing some of those family voices and we're balancing their perspectives with the other data that we have.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions about that? Okay, so the question I have for you all then is, how do you think we should move forward with all of this? Did anything sort of come to you today as you look through this data about how the board can be more engaged in it? Oh, you go ahead.
Can I go for it?
Sure.
So I saw when we were looking over the data that Blacks and African Americans feel like their grades can be unfairly, or that they're unfairly graded and don't get enough help that they need. I think that's.
It was my teachers are fair to me.
Yes, that's. And I feel like we should directly communicate with some students that they're confidential, but we could, ask some students about how they feel about that question. And then if they agree with the statistics, why do they feel that way? How could we change that? So I think that directly communicating with some people might shine some light on why that might happen and how we can fix it. So I think that would be a great step to improve that.
Yeah, that's a great example of just getting data back into the hands of students.
Or even with that data, talking about Black students and African American students, the community partners and engaging with community partners on things as well. One of the things that has been ongoing, like schedule conflict, is our board meetings and NAACP meetings, for example, are on the same nights. And so there's a lack of engagement for community members who are involved with that organization and board meetings, and being able to come bring concerns to the meetings perhaps and things like that. So finding other avenues of the support with our education committee or something might be something that at a board level, being able to hear from them, I would think. Just related to what you said. I didn't mean to cut in front of the pod and Sammy, but it was perfectly related.
No, I totally agree.
One of the discussions that I had with Shauna and also Sarah was about, I think Youth Truth is a really powerful survey. Now that we're also going to be adding family surveys, I think it can be used to really max out its potential. And some ideas that I had was, first, since we can do custom questions, which I had no clue. I thought this was like a fully standardized test and that we couldn't really cater. But some things that are very specific to our district has been a common theme throughout the past year, communication, right? So how can we use Youth Truth data, or not Youth Truth, the survey itself, to get students' ideas on very specific changes that are going on within their schools, right? Because one thing people had with curriculum changes was like, we didn't know it was going on, or there wasn't enough communication about it. Well, let's introduce that. Why don't we introduce that as a question to students? Is this something that you feel would be good for you, for your education? To parents, right? Because who are we all here if not representatives, right? I'm a representative of the students at Crescent Valley. All the board members are all representatives of the community, right? So, and that would be a much more straightforward process than we're going to do this change. So we're going to form this committee who will reach out to these people to get their opinion on this. We can streamline that directly to get students' opinions and parents' opinions on pressing matters that are going on and changes that are going on within the school board. And the other part was the staff part of the Youth Truth survey, I think can also be greatly utilized, because similarly to how students answer, do you feel safe in your with your teachers, or do you feel that teachers treat you fairly? I think we should be asking staff similar questions regarding to their interaction with district admin, right? Do you feel that your ideas are heard? And since it's anonymous, I think teachers would be more than open to give their feelings about do you feel your voice is heard at the district admin level? Do you feel like you hold some impact in some of the decision making that's going on? And I feel like that would bring greater insight into what we can do as a school board to really be as transparent and as effective as possible to bring about good change.
Okay. I have another thing that I wanted to add, following what he said. So I think that in order to make Youth Truth seem more important and show directly how it helps, we could introduce, or we could, we could say what we introduced was directly, I'm sorry.
That's great.
changes that we propose or put in place to counteract the statistics that we've seen, we could directly mention to the students, this is what we're putting in place, this is because of the youth truth. If you have any feedback based on it, please let us know. So I think that that could directly show the changes that they're doing so that they can see that they're really making a difference. Another thing I wanted to say, because I was thinking again about parent intervention, is that maybe we should put in a area where we can make it so students can view and communicate differences or feedback that they have about what they want changed without it being, without parents being able to intervene. So that they can really get their voice out. I especially think about that because a lot of my friends who are transgender often worry about speaking out in fear of their family getting angry and fighting with this teachers or staff because they don't want to cause trouble.
Sandy, did you have a question or?
Um,
And then I'll go to that.
Some thoughts. So the question of like, what is the board's role and how we move forward? I always gotta revisit our role. We hire and evaluate the superintendent, and the superintendent has been sharing with us during the evaluation process the progress on the strategies and the goals, and the data that we get from Youth Truth has been very helpful of us to measure how we're progressing on that. Budget priorities, investments, and how we prioritize our budget has been informed by Youth Truth and should continue with that. Policy, what should we prioritize as policies? What policies might be of the highest urgency or impact in driving change? And of course, the unspoken roles is the being delegates to the community, share with the community about how we're doing and what are the needs. And the other unspoken role is the advocacy, sharing with legislatures around where is the need and what is the progress and how we're holding ourselves accountable and making progress and understanding where the need is. So with these roles, I would say probably there's 3 lanes. And the way that we set up our workshops or programming or board meetings might be different based on these 3 lanes. One of them is how we drive our policy and budget priorities based on what we learned today, based on what we're going to learn in April, May, when the superintendent needs to be ready with the budgets for the next year. And also, so that's one, driving policy and budget priorities, understanding the timeline and the lag and the data that we get with the budget cycle. The second one is our community conversations, and the community workshops is really a great example of us being able to accomplish that through that. And the last one, driving advocacy conversations. The legislature is going to support or advocate for different policies and legislation or funding for avenues of funding and different granularity, whether we give this flexibility to our principals and program directors or not. And all of that is going to be important for us to say, here's what we're doing in terms of capturing the data. And here's how the data is changing based on our local investments and local decision makings. And based on that, we need to be supported in continuing doing this work. And when we can't really move the needle enough, fast enough, or strong enough, then we can pinpoint here's where the needle is not moving. And that's where the support is needed, whether it is from our partners locally for housing or our partners from the state in terms of funding. And to accomplish that, I can see 2 potential challenges that I heard today. One of them is that some investments or interventions take different timelines in making the impact, which means it may require urgency in implementing some because students, community members are and the community is expecting immediate action on some issues. But also at the same time, it may require patience. If there are some interventions that really need to take the time to come to fruition, just because inherently it is multi-year systemic change. And we need to be okay that systemic change happens with these two different levels of urgency and patience. We can't do it with one without the other. The other challenge is the intersectionality between identities, and also the intersectionality between programs making an impact. You can't say only one program will make an impact on one measure that we're seeing, and you can't say that one program is going to help one identity when many of our students hold on their shoulders and carry on in their identity multiple lived experiences. And I think that's going to be very important to capture. I think we're capturing it implicitly in the survey, really capturing it in how we communicate about which programs we're prioritizing is going to be important.
I have one more thing that I thought about.
We're almost out of time, and I think Marcianne had one.
Just one quick one.
Yeah, because we're, sorry.
No,
Let's
Yeah,
absolutely. Marcianne
Cool,
go.
thank you. I was thinking about the family survey, and I'm so excited that we're going to, for the second time, get to do this family survey. And I also think about the importance of us planning early in advance to be very respectful about how we engage families in the survey. And because I know that we're gonna do the survey in the spring, but I'm thinking already ahead, like we need to have a plan of how we're gonna make sure to inform our families way in advance, because I think about the barriers to access, right, to technology, to be able to take the survey, thinking about the culturally responsive ways that our district has already initiated in terms of inviting families in to take the survey. So I'm just wanting to put that out there, thinking way in advance around how we're gonna engage families early on, or let them know about it, or have a plan as a district of how we're gonna do that. Because if we wait until April, I don't wanna have a 5% response rate. That would be really bad. So just thinking about, we want to hear from the families that our system impacts the most. And so how can we do that in a way that's culturally responsive, that's honoring folks, and then that we find creative ways to reach out and inform, so that way we can get the data that we need to make the decisions that we need to make.
Well, I think the length of the survey becomes an important piece of that, because if we're inviting families in at an event, and one of the things they can do is go online and fill out the survey, it cannot be something that takes an hour.
Yeah, good point.
What if we made different surveys? Maybe if we made one small survey and one bigger survey, depending on how much time they were willing to put in. One that was one of the bigger pressing issues, and then one that was more in depth that we could look into. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just an idea.
I will not answer surveys that would take me an hour.
Right.
I will, like, it just won't happen. So I think you will lose a lot of people, even who have access to technology, will not take surveys at all.
Yeah.
And one really quick thing, luckily the family survey does not have as many options, and it will be short, and probably about 10 to 15 minutes. But that is 10 minutes even for a survey is pretty lengthy for some folks. Typically, so we can set expectations, a really, really good survey family response rate is about 30%. That's our goal for every district we work with. And that doesn't feel really high, but that is a really good response rate. Our average is probably about 18 to 20%. A lot higher for elementary, a lot lower for middle and high.
Are the family surveys available in multiple languages?
We have, I believe, 12 different languages that are available, and families can just toggle between.
So as we close up this section of our, this is really the retreat time before we have some business items we need to take care of. Again, I want to thank Jimmy for coming out to spend time with us today. We have not spent in-depth time looking at Youth Truth for some time, and I felt like it was time for us to come back to that and to get back to some of the intentions behind the use of that tool and some of the values and benefits of it, and also to talk about next steps, moving it forward. So again, thank you for coming, and thank you for being a part of the conversation, and the work you're going to do over the next year, with our students, with our community. Really appreciate you.
So that's great. Thank you all for having us.
Thanks everyone for engaging with that part of the agenda, the retreat time. We do have business items too. You all should have information. Do we need a transition people?
I was gonna just let the board know that staff know that this is an okay time for them to leave, as well as Jimmy.
Yeah.
And students, you're welcome to stay for the next hour of business actions. But 4 o'clock is also a good time for you as well.
Yeah, let's give everybody a second to pull up their materials on their devices and hope to transition out to.
If you can send it to my other email, that would be great. I just can't get into my district email again.
I had a question.
Yeah.
Are you trying to keep it as clean as I can?
I'll have you call the 311 number. I'll call them when, I mean, it's fine. We've done it, I've done this a few times now, so I know the drill.
I think.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Zero.
Thanks for being here.
No, it's fine. It's not a lot of stuff we have to do, so.
If we need
That's true.
any of that, we'll just keep.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so everybody's here, that's staying, right? Yeah, okay. So we can just, we don't have to open the special meeting, right? We just keep on
Yes, yes.
rolling? Okay, the, first item on this part of the agenda is an action item. It's the Muddy Creek contract renewal. Is there any discussion on the contract before?
So I just would like to say that Melissa worked closely with Sarah Danforth as the executive director at Muddy Creek to put this contract agreement together. You took action last spring to approve an extension, and since that time, both parties have been able to work together on the language in the contract, or the language in the charter, which is essentially a contract. So I would encourage the board to take action so Muddy Creek can continue to do their business.
Good question. Did their board sign up on this one?
Yes. They've taken action to approve this version.
Okay.
Any other questions or discussion before? Okay. Does anyone wish to make a motion? The report contains the request for a motion.
Chair. I move to adopt the contract between Corvallis School District and Muddy Creek Charter School for the term of August 26th, 2024 until June 30th, 2029, as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Been moved by Sammy and second by Chris. Is there any further discussion?
I want to put on the record appreciation of the hard work of Melissa and Superintendent Ryan Noss and
Chris as well.
And Chris as well. Thank you for representing the board, and your presence on the board, I know for sure, have been important on making sure that we have a strong agreement, and appreciate Sarah and the charter school working on serving the kids.
What Sammy said, and I'm looking forward to seeing the next report they have for from Muddy Creek. Any other discussion? Okay, it has been moved by Sammy and seconded by Chris to adopt the contract between Corvallis School District and Muddy Creek Charter School for the term of August 26, 2024 to June 30th, 2029 as submitted. And Sarah?
Aye.
Therese?
Aye.
Shauna?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. And The next item on the agenda is consolidated action. As a reminder, the items under this portion of the agenda are for action. Does anyone have a question about anything in consolidated action? Okay, does anyone wish to make a motion?
I move that we approve the items under consolidated action.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved by Sarah and seconded by Sammy. Is there any final discussion?
Ryan, is there a piece you need Jennifer for?
Okay, it has been moved by Sarah and seconded by Sammy to adopt the consolidated action items as submitted. Sarah?
Aye.
Therese?
Aye.
Shauna?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
And I vote aye, so votes unanimously. Okay. The next item on the agenda is also an action item, and this is to declare a vacant position on the board. Is there any discussion?
I have something to say.
I was thinking so, that's why I went that way.
So I feel like I should explain to our community what's happening. Because I am anticipating serving our community in Salem starting in January, I knew that I would be resigning from the board. I just feel personally that I shouldn't hold 2 seats, that someone else should have an opportunity to lead. And I'm choosing to leave now so that that person can be appointed to the board well before, things like our budgeting process, and that they'll have time to serve on the board before spring. I just feel like it sets them up for better success than if I wait to resign until after the general election or until after to January. And it's not easy to leave. This service on this board is really a gift that I will carry with me. I have learned more than I could have imagined about both the strengths and the challenges of our community. I've met and worked with just inspiring people, from our students to our staff, to our teachers and our administrators and the volunteers and the community members. We all come to this work with diverse life experiences and really become colleagues and friends. And I have valued all of your wisdom and your determination to do good for our schools. I feel like my biggest debt in this work is really to our staff and our students who support our kids. Everyone works so hard and they have such deep belief in the possibility of our kids, and it's inspiring to see. I started my service on the board by approving a new boiler for Corvallis High School, and have dealt with things like prayer in school and union agreements and book bans and construction projects, rights of gender expansive students, dress codes, a global pandemic, and masks and vaccines that went with that. So it has been an interesting time to be serving on a school board, and it feels like a really important time to be an advocate for education. Again, I'm just deeply grateful to everyone who supports our students, everyone in the community who works to make sure we're setting up our kids to be the citizens that we want them to be. To quote Sam Seaborn, education is our silver bullet, and it has the possibility of opening up a world to our kids. And we must continue pushing to build the education system that they deserve. And I leave this board confident that we have gifted, hardworking people who believe in our students and will continue to do this work. And I am, again, just immensely grateful for the time I've served with you. And I leave confident that you will continue to do this good work. And I look forward to serving as a partner with you as I do my work in school. So thank you for this time. And thank you to the community for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Is there any other, but there's also opportunity for further discussion as well after. Okay. Anyone wish to make a motion?
I move to declare a vacant position on the board.
Yes, it's
Second.
good. Oh, I believe you need to say which position it is.
Oh, position number 7 is vacant on the board.
Effective.
Effective today, at the end of this meeting.
And who's second?
I still second.
You still second.
Yes.
It has been moved by Sarah and seconded by Therese. Is there any further discussion? Okay. It has been moved by Sarah and seconded by Therese to declare position number 7 vacant as of the end of the August 22nd, 2024 board meeting. So,
Aye.
Therese.
Aye.
Shauna.
Aye.
Chris. Aye. Sammy.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes unanimously. All the sad face pass of that one. Thank you, Sarah, and I know we're gonna do something for you later, so I will hold my comments for that time, as I feel like other folk are as well, so. I appreciate your statement to the community though. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the adopting of the process for interim board member selection. Is there any discussion on the process?
Just that this is when Kim and I spent time looking at the processes, we had seen that there had been two different processes taken at different times over the last 7 or 8 years. And so we went with the process that we felt like was streamlined, but also had created a sense of fairness in terms of that process as you determine who fills that seat. So that's what we have in front of you tonight.
I appreciate that there's some really strong transparency around, like, this is, they would have to run if they want to keep continuing to serve. Yeah, in the same year as their first, because I think that's community members would appreciate knowing that.
Yeah, the seat is only filled until the first election.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's, that'd be good for folk to know.
And I don't know if it's spelled out all the way through there. I think I did, but there will be a time after the deadline for the applications where board members will be calling on references.
It is.
That's in
Okay,
there,
good.
yeah.
So that'll be coming.
I have a few comments about the process. Of course, I know the districts will be putting this out. A few things to know. I want to highlight our predecessor, Judy Bowles' insistence on putting the following phrase in bold, and thank you for retaining it. The school board seeks greater diversity in its membership. And by definition, a board of 7 is always a board that needs to work on increasing its diversity in our community. So we need to strive to do that. The other note is this appointment, if the process carry through, is going to happen on election night. So yes, November 5 on Tuesday. So that's an exciting moment. Hopefully before.
That's when we would have the meeting?
Yes, we haven't.
I think I just assumed that was Thursday, and I didn't actually look at the calendar
You
to see that
said,
it was.
I think there was one person who couldn't be there.
I think it's.
I can't be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I did say that I can't be there on
Yes, you
that
did.
night. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yes, you were the one.
That was however many days ago now.
I
I
know.
can't remember that.
It was a while
Okay, all right. Very good. Okay.
I I think for the community to know that it switched from Thursdays because we will be at the Oregon School Board Association conference, a lot of us, and so we couldn't meet that night.
Yeah,
And so it needed to move in, and then there was scheduled stuff the next week, and so it just, to keep the timeline and everything like that, it moved earlier in the week, so. Yeah, and it just so happened to fall on election night.
yeah, well, it's a great moment to celebrate the process of democracy or appointment process of appointing one of our peers. And I think that's important for the applicants to be cognizant of, and for us to hold on election party appearances until 8 o'clock or whenever we're done. I don't know how the polls are gonna look like on the national level, but all politics are local, and we're really grateful to be engaging our community and appointing one of our own until the next election. And on that note, in terms of the proximity, I want to ask or encourage our leadership to share with the applicants and that if they are interested in going to OSBA, they block that weekend and we have that ready for them, that they can participate in OSBA. I know it's going to be like the 2 days into their service that they need to go there. But I believe it's going to be really important, good start for them to see the larger community and connect with peers as soon as that's possible. And I know in other experiences, commissioners, city councilors, they get elected and they tell them like, you have them next month, you have something, and they already have plans. So if we can encourage people as they apply, like there's an OSBA event, if appointed, would you be interested? And we have that open for them. I would encourage us to do that.
That's a great point.
I would also encourage community members who are interested to reach out to me or any of the currently acting members of the board and ask us about like serving on the board.
I have nothing about that.
Okay.
A little statement. That I handwrote. But I have a statement about that too. Thank you for that. And any other comments about the process that's proposed? Okay. Is there anyone that would like to make a motion for the process for an board member selection? That's all that.
You don't have a sample motion, do you?
Huh?
Do you have a sample motion?
Do we have language for the motion?
No.
Oh, I have it. If you go into the, I have all of the motions here.
Chair,
Yeah.
I move to adopt the process for interim board member selection as submitted.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Sammy and seconded by Shauna. Is there any further discussion? Okay. It has been moved by Sammy and seconded by Shauna to adopt the process for interim board member selection as submitted. Sarah?
Aye.
Therese?
Aye.
Shauna?
Aye.
Chris? Aye. Sammy?
Aye.
And I vote aye, so that passes unanimously. If I can talk unanimously. And just really quick, now that it has passed, I want to say thanks, Kim and Ryan, for helping draft that for us and looking at past ones. And as far as process, just for people to understand how that works, if there's questions about the process that's posted on there, either by the press or by the community, that should be going to the board chair, who is me. And that's in accordance with our board norms. And if there is questions about serving, as Sarah pointed out, community members can reach out to any of the board members as well to ask about our experience serving and ask questions about that. So there's those two different avenues. I wanted to make sure people knew if it's like the process piece by press and community, and then also if there's questions about the serving, then it could go to any of us. So I don't know where the camera's at. It's weird.
It's following you.
It's following me.
Can I make one comment also regarding motions? I've started putting them on, if you go to Board Book to just the public reader and click on motions on the left, anything that has a motion shows up now.
Cool.
That's been for a while now, so that you can just follow along there.
Thanks, Kim.
I can't click on that. It won't.
It won't let you?
You might,
I might have to change your permission. I'll work on that. It's supposed to happen. Thanks, Ryan.
Okay, well, okay, did you have something?
Yeah, about what you just commented on.
Okay, go ahead.
So first of all, thank you and appreciate you reiterating that some members of the media have reached out before this became a topic, and I want them to make sure that there's a process for it according to our working agreement. But one thing I want to suggest, with your permission, I do have a list of about 23 days and hours across, around the day, from early morning to later in the evenings and in the middle, weekends and weekdays, where we could be informally be available for people for the other side of discussion that you mentioned. People want to know how it's looked like to serve on the board, and up to 3 board members may sign up for that. So happy to share sometimes I'm willing to commit to between now and the deadline to apply, and maybe with coordination with Kim, we can have either myself or 2 or 3 board members who can be available to answer any questions.
So drop in and, yeah, does that sound good? That's fine.
And Sarah, you're invited.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do that too.
If you want to come and find out what it's like to be on the board, you
Yeah.
can ask your questions.
No, look, she won't count as one of the 3.
That's true.
Are you okay helping coordinate that with us?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I think thanks, Sammy, that'd be helpful. That way people can see it and they'd be like, oh, I can make that one, and just, or if they were like last minute thinking about it and they're like, hey, there's one right now. Okay, cool.
And I'll email you the dates.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, awesome. So we have process, and so we have the process for the interim board member selection. Just want to encourage all the board members and to reach out to say like, hey, we have a spot that we need filled, and Sarah, if you have connections to spread the word.
Texting people already today.
Okay. And that goes for everybody, if you know of people that would like to serve. There's a process, and having been an interim person, I didn't know I was going to get appointed that night. So that was very, I was like, oh, that was just me not realizing that. So that was like a surprise. And so just for folk to be prepared for that as well. If you apply in our interview, there's a possibility that you will be taking pictures. And I'm glad I wore my fancy shoes. Okay. So the next item on the agenda is to recognize the departing board member. So, do we have something where people have words? Okay, whoever wants to go first.
Oh, so we have a plaque for you that you can put on your wall in Salem.
Yeah.
So, so I was thinking about it the last couple of days, and so I remember the first time we had a conversation about you running for board. We were at Linus Pauling at a track meet, watching kids throw, and you said, "Yeah, I think I'm going to run for that school board position." So I feel like at that point I knew you as a parent in the community, and I knew you had a son who could throw a really far, and that was about. Well, that's kind of what I remember. Like my initial conversations with you were about is just being a parent in the community and the schools, and over time I feel like that relationship has really grown as you served as chair, and we spent lots of time together as you were leading this this board, and even when you were vice chair. The number of conversations we've had at the time together has really allowed me to see like who Sarah is as a person and a human being. First and foremost, and then as a leader in the community, somebody who cares a lot about reading, a lot about serving all students, and that has always been the hallmark of your leadership, and something that I've had in my mind as I've been preparing for meetings to be able to make sure that those topics come up, and as those topics come up, I'm ready for the questions you're ready to throw at me. So we can be good colleagues together. So appreciate you, and I appreciate the work you're going to do on behalf of public education. I know that will be another hallmark of your leadership in Salem because of the role you've served and the number of years you've spent here and the questions you've asked. So Again, appreciate you and look forward to all the things to come.
Thank you. Thank you. As I said, it has been an honor to serve with you and all of the board members.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now I'll just open the floor. It makes it more real,
Maybe we
right?
can live in the meeting early, just also something I believe in.
I think there's comments. I've seen Shauna raise her hand.
I just wanted to say thank you, Sarah, for your service to the board. I've really enjoyed getting to know you and working together on the board and serving together, both from your perspective that you've brought with your expertise as a board member, as well as a community member and as a parent. Just really appreciate your insights, your thoughtful questions and ideas that you bring. And I'm really excited for what you're doing next and look forward to staying connected. But thank you for your service and for the model that you've set.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you can speak it.
Sarah, while I may not have known you very well, from the time that I have heard from you and heard about you during the time I've been here, you sound like a wonderful individual who's been through a lot. You started serving here in 2019, correct? 2017, right. Wow. So you had to go through multiple elections.
Yeah.
And had to go through COVID and had to go through all the worries about the end of the world multiple times.
Yeah.
So
we made it.
You made it through all of it. And you keep going. You're gonna keep going.
That's the plan.
I appreciate you and the rest of the board members for helping so much around the community. I know you guys put a lot of work into it. You seem very organized, so must be doing a good job. So, thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome. It is my honor.
Anyone else?
Well, Sarah, I got to work with you for a year. I remember standing at the county office while we submitted our papers together and your words of encouragement and at that time really helped. And I was really worried about my hair because I was taking a picture too. Calmed me down on that one too. So I just thank you. And as we sat next to each other, I appreciated me being able to ask you questions all year long about process. Just for like, you know, getting just information about what I'm supposed to be doing while I sit here. So thank you for your guidance and I'm so excited about where you're going and to see what happens there.
Yeah.
Sure. Sarah, thank you for your service. You joined in June 2017. Shortly before, I think we were a group of 5 board members. I'm not sure if you were there in the Memorial Union meeting where we were talking about organizing and getting ready to run.
Yes. To run is with Ed and.
Yes,
Yeah.
Ed Junkins, Vince, Therese, and I appreciated your partnership in reaching out to the community and uplifting each other in our voices. And since he suggested, I remember you joined in for the 2-year term, so you ran 3 terms, and it takes a toll to run for 3 elections. It takes a toll to run for an election. So thank you for running every time you run. And personally, when we were running in a year that you were not running, you stood up when really unfortunate rhetoric was happening toward your colleagues. You signed on a letter that was an act of courage that I appreciate you doing. Whether you were in leadership for 4 years, 2 years and a half, vice chair or a chair, you leaned in and you were willing to offer the support. I think, was it 2 months into our leadership position. When I was chair, you were vice chair. You had the first crisis, and I was not going to go for that conversation alone. Maybe you know which conversation we're talking about. And you were willing to go in with me in that conversation. I think this board navigated some tough times because of that partnership. And of course, COVID was another crisis that your partnership was really phenomenal in making sure that we can navigate it. Also, I want to say on behalf of OSBA, we look forward to working with you. As nonpartisan position or OSBA, we can't say congratulations yet. We're gonna wait until November, but we are looking forward and eager to work with you and appreciate your contributions toward the kids locally, and looking forward to it statewide and the future endeavors that you're gonna do. So for all of that, thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you.
So, yeah, I just don't really, there's not a board for me. There has never been a board without you. And we've run every cycle together. So it's been a lot of flyers and farmers markets and yeah, so it just will be strange to be in this board room without you. And I appreciate your leadership here, but I think more than that, I appreciate your friendship and to be able to have the opportunity to be known by you, you know, means a lot. So yeah, so I know that you're going to do really great things. It will be hard not to have you here. Yeah, so I'm thankful for your guinea pigs. I promise that means that it won't be too long between visits. Between visits, even though you'll be all really busy and Salem and everything. But yeah, it just this means a lot to have shared this time serving with you.
I want to comment that you failed again because our first retreat when we went down to Medford.
Yeah.
We drove together and we said to each other,
we did.
We will do not let me ever be board chair. And so I ended up board chair and now somehow I made my life even more complicated.
Yeah, we had it was a pact both ways. It was like, I won't do it if you won't do it. And then later it was like, well, okay, I don't want to be a vice chair, but I'll be your vice chair if you need me to be. And now you're not even the chair, and I'm still a vice chair, and you're going to Salem. And so I think that this
maybe it was me failing.
Yeah, I think you failed. I think you failed. You failed first. Because you ran, you failed forward. Yeah. No, that's true. I forgot about that. We did promise that we wouldn't let this happen, and now here we are.
Yeah.
So I'm just telling you right now that I'm not coming to Salem, and I'm not budging on that one. Okay.
I go last. So. Yeah, something like that.
Oh.
You don't have to go. I was just making sure there's space if student voices on. Thank you for believing in me as in a leadership position. I appreciate that and your mentorship in that role. I'm not good at the buys and stuff like that, so because there is no buy, and I look forward to what you're going to be doing. I appreciate all our conversations we've had for sure, especially the most recent ones. So yeah. So I just wanted to say that, and yeah, I don't usually have not at a loss for words, so that says a lot too, right? And I've enjoyed hearing you guys' conversation right now. I had something prepared in my head. It's so cute. But I do appreciate the work that you've done on behalf of the community, and I know what it was. It's really awesome to have like local people in leadership positions, and I shared with Sarah that we were at the Benton County Fair, and I'm gonna share this story. And And one of my kids, well, my youngest kid, wanted to put their little token in the bucket for Sarah as their vice president pick, so. And seen her, picture on something and grabbed a flyer and a button and was really excited to wear it because she recognized you. And I think that says a lot about local politics. So thanks for helping me inspire the young people.
Yeah,
And for the work that you do.
And thank you all for your work.
Yeah, and so that's our last thing, unless anybody else has.
I think that,
Did you have something?
I think that
You
Rob
can go.
wants to share something real quick.
Okay,
Oh.
yeah, sure.
Okay, change of the somber note of the discussion. But I will also be taking leave from the board, not as big of a leave as Sarah though. Until February, recently I learned that I've been nominated as a United States Senate page under Senator Murphy's office. So I'll be serving as a page in Washington DC from September to the end of January. And then during my time, Zoe D'Amicis will be the interim representative from CB when I return.
Congratulations. We'll miss you in the fall and we'll have a new board member when, so we'll have a new board person for you to interact with too in January when you come back.
When you get back, you better tell me how it went.
Yeah.
That sounds so cool.
Yeah, and be there during the election
and the inauguration.
Oh my gosh.
Could be
That's
fabulous.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Yeah, okay, thank you for making sure to say that. And
Yeah.
I was like, there's no other thing that says comments.
I know we didn't
So
have comments on it, so I was like,
I
oh.
was like, where do I,
Yeah.
I was like, I'm following my script. So the last thing on the agenda is adjournment, and just like you said, we're gonna go ahead and end early because I don't mind doing that. So we'll adjourn the meeting at 4:33 p.m. and our next meeting will be here in September. So see you all then. Bye.
Thank you.
And I will send out updated schedules and updated